Morning, members. Just a slight delay. We've got just an IT issue at the moment. Just bear with us a second, please. Yeah, morning once again, members, and welcome to members of the public, officers and the press. May we find wisdom to carry out our duties, humanity to listen to all, the courage to do what is right, and the generosity to treat each other with respect. Apologies for absence, please, Pete.
I've got apologies, of course, it's echoing, isn't it? From Honorary Alderman Bill Crowther and Gordon Shermer, and from Councillors Bernie Fisher, Joe Harris, Sajid Patel and David Willingham. Any others?
Thank you, members. On to item 2 on the agenda, minutes, pages 1 to 24, to confirm and sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of December last year. Everybody happy? If so, can I have a proposal, please?
We've got Carol down here.
Councillor Carol Alloway-Martin and Councillor Lyndon Stowe. All those in favour, please, members of the minutes. Thank you very much. Looks pretty well unanimous to me. Thank you. Okay, Brian, is that a little better? Thank you. Item 3, declarations of interest. Please declare any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal interests that you may have relating to any specific matters which may be discussed at the meeting. Everyone happy with that, members?
Yep.
Thank you. On to the agenda item 4, announcements. The Queen's New Year honours, to congratulate the people living in Gloucestershire who received awards as part of the Queen's New Year's honours. Roy Birch. Former County Councillor Roy Birch passed away in November 2021. Roy served on the County Council from 1993 to 2001, representing the division of Tiddenham, near Chepstow for the Liberal Democrats. He was also a member of the Forest of Dean District Council for 24 years and served on Tiddenham Parish Council for an incredible 33 years. I'm going to invite members to speak in tribute to Roy. Can I have any indications, please? Councillor Graham Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I never worked with Roy on this council, but spent most of the 24 years on the Forest of Dean District Council with Roy. Roy would have loved today, because Roy's famous thing was budgets. He would pick holes in a budget all day long, and he was a great character and he was a good councillor. But his knowledge of budgets, I wish I had it, to be honest with you. He was absolutely incredible. He used to be the bane of their life in the district council when it was come to budget time. So, yeah, great councillor. Very sad to hear his loss, and he did a damn good job for Tiddenham.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Colin.
Thank you, Chair. I think Jill is also going to speak, but I did serve with Roy, and Roy was just one of those councillors who was just a lovely person apart from anything else. He was such a nice guy to be around, and I mean, I echo what Graham's saying. His knowledge, particularly on those financial issues, was really great. And yeah, so he's missed. So it's sad.
Thank you, Colin. Appreciated. Councillor Jill Mosley.
Thank you, Chair. Although our paths didn't cross on district as district councillors on the Forest of Dean District Council, I did have the great privilege to meet Roy on 2 occasions. The second lives strongly in my memory. We talked face to face for almost an hour, and my impression was one of that he was an astute politician with an extraordinary commitment to the community he represented. He'll be greatly missed by all who knew him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mosley. Councillor Phil Orford.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of our group, I am speaking probably as one of the oldest members that had the privilege of working with Roy. Jill will recognise this. It was in the days when we had a public transport committee or subcommittee, and I remember working with Roy cross-party as we did. Very genial man, a very smart man, and as Graham said, certainly had an eye for figures and services, and I know he is obviously a great loss to Tidnam and surely to the Forest of Dean generally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Orford. Move on to Major Tom Hancock. Not quite. We've got 2 other people to read out, and then I will come back to the minute silence. Thank you, Leader. Major Tom Hancock. Major Tom Hancock, well-known former Deputy Lieutenant, passed away on the 8th of February this year, aged 94. Major Tom's contribution to local communities was outstanding as a Tewkesbury Borough Councillor and Honorary Alderman, as President and Chairman of the Royal British Legion Winchcombe branch to Diocesan and Deanery Synods and the Gloucestershire Playing Fields Association. There will be a private funeral and a memorial service at St Peter's Winchcombe on the 23rd of April at 2:30. Would any members like to speak in tribute to Mr Hancock, please? David.
I moved to Winchcombe 5 years ago, and Tom, who's just passed away at the age of, I think he just made 95, I hope that we all have the energy and drive and public spirit that he had, because he impressed me enormously in terms of his interest in everything about Winchcombe and about Gloucestershire, and the amount of work that he did, the efforts he put in, are truly inspiring and worth remembering. So I think it's a great loss. He was obviously 95, it's a good innings, as they say, but nevertheless, it's always sad when somebody who's so public-spirited passes.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Dr James Odson, FSA. Dr James Odson, notable local historian, passed away suddenly on the 20th of January, aged 74. James was a dedicated volunteer and a former chairman of the Friends of Gloucestershire Archives. He was a key member of the fundraising group for the Record Archives Transformation Project. His contribution to archives and local history in Gloucestershire has been enormous, and he will be very greatly missed. Anyone wish to speak? No. Thank you. Members, can I invite you to stand, please, for 1 minute's silence to remember Roy, Major Tom and James. Thank you. Thank you, members. On with the announcements. Andrea Clark. Andrea will shortly be leaving the council after more than 20 years in democratic services. She is well known to members, having supported a range of committees and other bodies, including Health Scrutiny, Children and Family Scrutiny, and the Health and Wellbeing Board. Andrea has grasped the scrutiny process, including challenging council officers and partner organisations, constructively, of course, has been a significant part of the success of scrutiny at this council. On behalf of the council, I would like to wish Andrea well for the future. Thank you, members. That brings a conclusion to the chairman's announcements, except for one thing, please. We won't accept any bobble hats, blankets or scarves today. I think, and please, I won't accept either anybody moaning about the heat in this room. Thank you very much.
To keep the average temperature up.
Thank you, members. On to item 5, which is public questions. And I would like to thank members of the public for their questions. The questions and answers will be taken as read. Supplementary questions must relate to the original question and answer, and up to 30 minutes allowed for this item. 15 public questions have been received. I'm looking for Joe Moore, and I will ask Joe if the questionnaire is here and whether he asks or she wishes to ask a supplementary. So the first 3 questions. Councillor Max Wilkinson. No. Thank you, Joe. Number 4, Mr. Norman Kay. No. Thank you, Joe. Number 5, Dr. Kath Brent. No. Thank you, Joe. Number 6, Les Richards. Thank you, Joe. Number 7 and 8, Liam Nolan. No. Number 9, Paul Barker. No. Number 10, Richard Pinniger. No. Number 11, Claire Stone. Ah, Ray. Welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Is that working? Yeah.
Thank you. We will take the question and the answer taken as read. Have you a supplementary, please, for Councillor Philip Robinson, who's the portfolio holder, please?
Yes, I do. So my question was, as you know, as read, around the changes to the 32 and 132 bus services connecting Gloucester to Ledbury and Ross via Newent, which are commercially run services, long established for decades, and due to be cut or drastically cut back on the 27th of February, something that the community only knew about 3 weeks ago. So my first question was around passenger needs assessment, and Councillor Robinson has provided a statement that Stagecoach figures on passenger numbers have been used as the basis of this needs assessment. Now, whilst I can see that those figures could feed in to a passenger needs assessment, I'm not sure that they constitute in themselves a full and proper assessment with community engagement and taking into account equalities issues. I think part of the problem here is that these services are so long established and are part of the fabric of people's lives, and the fact of them going at such short notice is going to cause huge costs in the community in terms of lost jobs, disrupted education, enforced home moves and illness caused by...
Mrs Stone, could I have your supplementary question, please?
Yeah,
I don't
my question is, could we please, thank you for listening, could we please do a proper needs assessment with due regard to equalities issues, and could we also please publish the needs assessment that has been done so far in the form of the Stagecoach figures? Additionally, it's been stated that the cost of subsidising the service to continue in its current form for a year would be £150,000. I'd like to ask the councillor whether, in calculating that cost, we've looked at alternative providers and whether we've engaged with community transport or local bus companies who might be able to provide a more cost-effective service than Stagecoach is able to. And finally, the £150,000 that it stated it would cost for the service to continue for a year sounds like a lot of money. However, it pales into insignificance next to the 1.3 million that the council is spending on a trial of demand responsive transport for minibuses elsewhere in the county. And I'm certainly not criticising that trial. I think it's an excellent incentive, but I think it demonstrates that the money for public transport can be found when there's a need for it to be found, and there really is a need in the communities of Newent and Dimmock at the moment. So could I please ask that the councillor looks for ways to continue the current service until such time as a proper needs assessment has been carried out and an alternative suitable provision has been put in place?
Thank you,
That's my
Mrs Stone.
question.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Well, thank you, Claire, for that series of questions. I'll have to cast my mind back to the beginning of the series in a moment, but I'm going to start with one of your later points about the £1.3 million that we're putting into a very exciting and innovative demand-responsive transport system. That £1.3 million came from a Department of Transport grant specifically for that purpose. Were we not using it for that purpose, it wouldn't be available. So I don't think it's quite fair to suggest that actually we should be putting more than £500,000 per year into community transport when we're doing that. We're doing that because the opportunity arose, and I would thank the officers for submitting a terrific bid that enabled us to get that. On your wider point about the assessments, I would have to check about those assessments, but what I can say, given that we've put together a package to support those frustrated residents in Newent, although a great many of the residents affected, I will say, reside in Herefordshire. I've checked the figures, and actually a greater number reside in Herefordshire. But on putting together a package, one of the things we will be looking at, we've got a personal travel planning service which we're putting together with an outside agent, and they will be speaking to the residents affected about what their needs are. I understand that we're going to have personal travel advisors actually sitting on the services over the next few weeks. They'll be open to take telephone calls as to what those needs are from the people affected by the journey. And actually, there's also a possibility of home visits, particularly to the elderly. So that will be an assessment in its own right of the needs of the people who use this service, who are very, very few, actually. If you look at the figures, and I'm happy to share the figures at a later stage, the copy I have with me now is not a very good photocopy, and the print is very small, but we can get those figures to you. And it was particularly interesting how low the figures were, and actually the highest of the low figures were all on the Hereford, the journeys coming out of Herefordshire in the morning at 8:30. And now, unless they've got a lot of night shifts in Ross-on-Wye, I suspect that's people living in Herefordshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Mr Stone, would you like to move on to your other question 13? Have you any supplementaries to question 13, please?
I think that I have covered it. I just would really like to point out that, as I understood it, assessments were supposed to be conducted before changes to service were agreed. And also just to point out that we have a petition to put forward which has 1,500 signatures on it. And I know that people have been off the buses recently. We've been told to be off the buses, but now we really don't have the opportunity to get back onto them. And yeah, that's going to cause havoc in a lot of lives. And it's also obviously very bad for the environment.
Have you another question, please?
Yes, my question really is how can it be that the fact of a county border, a political county border, is being allowed to make such an impression on services provided for people to live their lives?
Councillor Robinson.
Well, thank you again, Claire. I suppose I'm of the view that Gloucestershire County Council should not be supporting the transport needs of people who reside in Herefordshire. I'm strongly of that view. If it's primarily the case, we would be looking for some support from Herefordshire Council. Now, Herefordshire Council did suggest, actually, that they might be interested in the joint funding of a service as long as it was very, very cheap. Their words, very, very cheap. They obviously haven't looked at the public transport landscape recently. There are no such options in public transport. The average increase now in retendering a public transport contract is around 67%, and they're coming in by the week for a range of reasons. So I take your point. As a resident living close to the border, it is frustrating, but those political borders have to mean something, because that's how the funding is allocated. But let's not lose sight all the way through this. And as you said at the beginning of your first question, this is a fully commercial service operated by Stagecoach. They have taken this decision to scrap it because so few people were using the service. It was costing them in the region of £200,000 a year. That's what they were losing. If we were to put on a reasonable service like it, it would cost us £150,000 a year. And that would mean extending our cap on the per journey transport per passenger from £9.40 to over £20, over £20 of subsidy per passenger. And that is unrealistic. There are better ways to solve that problem. And I am interested in finding those better ways. I've spent the last 3 weeks speaking to officers to find out what we can do with community transport, what we can do with communications, what we can do with lift sharing, what we can do with car sharing, all kinds of things, because they're solutions which protect the residents, and they're also fair to those who foot the bills, the council taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Thank you, Mrs Stone. Joe, back to number 12, Hazel Downing. Thank you. Number 14, Tony Fawkes. No. Number 15, Martin and Chrissy Carter. We were, I think, expecting them online, but as Democratic Services Manager says, they're not online. So that will conclude the public questions for today. Thank you, members, and thank you, the member of public who asked the question and turned up to ask a supplementary. Thank you very much. On to item 6, corporate parenting, on pages 29 to 32. Can I invite Councillor Stephen Davis, the Cabinet Member for Children Safeguarding and Early Years, to present the report. Thank you. Steve.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to keep this report brief today, as we have some important issues on the budget, obviously, to discuss. As many of you know, or will know, we are in the third week of a Ofsted inspection, which will complete this week, and I'm going to make no comment on that Ofsted, so please don't ask any questions. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on it, but it will complete on Friday, and we will then await the report that comes out of it. One thing I will say is on the day that that visit was announced, I felt a palpable increase in the morale in our children's services officers, which was good to see. And I know they have been working incredibly hard over the last 2.5 weeks and will continue to do so, and we should thank them for that. And while doing thanks, I wanted to thank members for not asking me any questions this meeting. I don't know if that was intentional. I don't mind answering the questions, but it's a huge help to those very busy officers not to have to prepare the answers for them. So I don't know if it was by design or not, but I do appreciate the fact that there were no questions asked. On the report itself, it's fairly self-explanatory. Apologies, there is the date of the next corporate parenting meeting is wrong at one point in the report. It's down as the 9th of December, which is the old date. It's actually the 24th of March. And as you can see in the report, the agenda is set. I myself have now got 2 new mentors from our ambassadors programme. I have to say my meetings with mentors is often the most challenging meeting I do as a lead member, because they don't hold back any punches and they make their points quite articulately. Having done the Ofsted call, it's now the second most challenging meeting that I do. If you look at the report in detail, I think it's honest reflection of there are some areas where we're seeing improvement and there's still areas where we need to see improvement. And I think, as I've always said, that's a fair reflection of where we are and, more importantly, where we think we are in terms of children's services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Questions? Councillor Hodkinson.
Yeah, it wasn't actually about the Ofsted visit itself, but it's really about the timescales that we can expect. So in other words, I'd like a steer as to when the council expects to get initial verbal feedback from Ofsted on their visit and then the formal written report. So what would be the timescale on that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Hodkinson. Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you. Yes, there will be some indication when the visit finishes this Friday. It would be wrong for us to talk about that, because what then happens as a process is they produce a report which will be a matter of weeks. We then have an opportunity to question some of those findings before that report is published, and it would be wrong for us to announce a result and then find that it is consequently changed. So you can expect that report to come to us in weeks or a month or so after we get the full report. Thank you. After we get the end of the report on Friday.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Ben Evans.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Stephen. I just wanted to take the opportunity. Obviously, this is the Ofsted that's gone on at the moment. It's wider than just corporate parenting, but we discussed it as a group beforehand, and we just wanted to make it clear how grateful we were to officers. We know it's a really stressful time they're going through, as well as it is for members, and I appreciate that as well. But we wanted as a group just to acknowledge that and to say thank you to them for this that they've been through. And I do hope that at the end of this process, and I'm sure it will be, Stephen, because I know that that's the kind of thing you would do, that sort of as much thanks and praise is given to them for their efforts at this time as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Davis.
Yes, thank you for that. And I have been working closely with officers, not just to, on the technical stuff we need to do for Ofsted, but in support and making sure they have the right support around that. And I just make one other comment too. The other exciting thing is that once we have the Ofsted report, it will tell us where we are and where we're good and where we can further improve, and that then paints a picture of where we go next. And I have to say personally, having picked this up only after the election last May, I'm very excited about that next bit of the journey and look forward to that, and hope Ofsted will help us in our direction.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jeremy Hilton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question about the number of children that are now in care with Gloucestershire County Council. It's 843. This has continued to grow over the years. And I just wonder whether the Cabinet member thinks this number will surpass 1,000 children in care by the end of this council in 2025, or whether he thinks we're at the maximum now and then in actual fact we ought to be seeing it reduced, because it is a worrying thing that we are seeing more and more children in care and that they have to be in care. So I just wonder, what's his view on the projection of numbers over the next few years? Is it going to go up and up and up, or is it going to stabilise?
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Davis.
Thank you for that question. It's actually a really good question. If you look at that number, we are higher than comparable authorities, but not by a significant margin, but we are higher. And we do worry on that number. There are a number of factors behind it, we believe. I think one of them, if we're honest, is historically, having not done a good job previously, we may have more children in care than we would have had if we've done a better job 5 or 10 years ago. I think we're also, with some of the activities we're going to probably talk about later today, family hubs and youth support services, hopefully guide more children out of having to go into care and intervene earlier and more successfully. So my hope would be that number will actually not go up, but I'm not in the business of making predictions on something that we are seeing national trends of increasing numbers of children in care. And we're also, I think, still grappling with the effect of COVID on young people. And if you, many as you do probably, talk to your local schools, there is a lot of concern about the impact on that. So I wouldn't make a firm prediction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Becky Oyland.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stephen. I would just like to ask about the care leavers that are in unsuitable accommodation. I think I worked out that that was in the region of 40. I'd just like reassurance that we have eyes on them and that they are safe, if not in the best sort of accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hoyland. Councillor Davis.
Yes, we do. The problem with care leavers is that we have an obligation to reach out to them, they do not have an obligation to respond. So we do lose sight of some who won't respond to us, but we do have services including WhatsApp accounts, I believe, and we text them and do all of those things. I also know, because I attend the weekly bonds meeting, that during the winter period we have been monitoring those who were in danger of being made homeless and catching those as well. So can we respond to everyone? No, because if they go off the radar, they're very difficult to find, including if they leave the county, of course. But yes, those that we respond to, we are doing the work to make sure they're in suitable accommodation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Members, am I seeing any further questions for Councillor Davis, please? No? Well, thank you very much. And Councillor Davis, thank you very much for your report. On to item 7, petitions, of which we've 4. Councillor David Drew to present a petition relating to permit parking in the Horns Road area of Stroud, to Councillor Dave Norman, Cabinet Member for Public Protection, Parking and Libraries. And I think Simon is going to come and accept the petition from him. Councillor Drew. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Chair, are we allowed to say something?
Yes, please, yes. Very quickly, please.
I should be very quick, Chair. Just to put this into context, I'm delighted to be able to hand this petition over from 164 residents of the Horns Road area. I was quite surprised when I inherited this particular process that it involves nearly every road in the Stroud Town Central Division. This is an enormous undertaking. I accept the people who are organising it are very open-minded and willing to enter into dialogue, but people have now spoken that they do not want permit parking, and I think that should be respected. So I hope that we can move the process on and that it is a little bit less painful than we've been through already.
Thank you, Councillor Drew. Second one, Councillor Ben Evans to present a petition relating to a road junction in Churchdown to Councillor Vernon Smith, a Cabinet Member for Highways and Flood. Ben, do you want to say a few words?
Very few, just that our highways manager did a brilliant job, came out and viewed this junction with me about 18 months ago, gave an answer to residents and they want it reviewed, and so they've organised themselves. It came through my door 2 weeks ago. I've got a lot of respect for people who do that and organise themselves like that, so I'll pass it on to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Joe Mosley to present a petition relating to bus services from Ross-on-Wye and Ledbury through Newent to Gloucester to Councillor Phil Robinson, Cabinet Member for Economy, Education and Skills. Councillor Mosley.
Thank you, Chair. I present this petition of more than 1,500 signatures to save the stagecoach bus services 132/32 on behalf of the people of the Newent area who stand to lose a lifeline to work, to education, leisure and social facilities. I would also urge members to note that the petition organiser is Violet Hill, a school student of 15 years of age, and she's here today in the audience. And she is she attends one of the 3 secondary schools affected by these service cuts. My congratulations to her and her 14-year-old school friend who seized the initiative to put forward the very strong views of local people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mosley. And finally, Councillor Paul Baker to present a petition relating to the lack of any safe crossing points on the Old Bath Road in Cheltenham to Councillor Dave Norman, Cabinet Member for Public Protection, Parking and Libraries. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. This is a timely petition given debates later on today about road safety, safe crossings and a proactive approach to road safety. The petition reads, and this is from residents in Charlton Park, College and Leckhampton. 598 people have signed this. We are very concerned about the absence of any safe crossing points along the Old Bath Road between Charlton Park Gate and Southern Road, particularly around Pillybridge and Everest Road junctions. We support the call for a safe crossing point or points to be installed before the opening of the new school in Leckhampton and before someone is seriously injured crossing this busy road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. And thanks, Simon, for collecting the petitions. On to item 8, the Council Strategy, pages 33 to 68. Can I invite Pete Bungard, the Chief Executive, to explain how the Council Strategy debate will take place? And the flow chart hopefully will appear on the screen.
Thank you, Chairman. So this thing, and you have 2 of them, one for the Council Strategy, one for the budget. They are essentially almost identical. Might look a bit daunting, but we've proven it can work rather well for about the last 6 years. So I'll just fly through what it's all about. The basic rules of debate of this council say that you can only have one amendment on the table at a time. When it comes to the council strategy or the budget, that could end up with a very extended process of one group proposes amendments, we vote them down, another group proposes. So all we're trying to do here is to get all the amendments on the table in one go. So the first thing we should do is suspend the standing orders covering rules of debate, which will allow more than one amendment to be on the table. Then the process that follows that will be the administration will present their corporate strategy and each of the groups will be asked if they have proposals to change the strategy as amendments. So every group gets a chance to present. We then suggest we have an adjournment where group leaders and a second member of the group, if they want to bring somebody in, meet to see if where the common ground is. After that, the amendments can go in one of three directions. They could be accepted by Councillor Hawthorne, they could be withdrawn by the proposing opposition group, or they could be left on the table. We then have the leader saying why he's accepted some. The other group leaders will have the chance to talk to their amendments which they want to be voted on, the ones that weren't accepted as friendly amendments. We will have, and they will be treated en bloc. So if there's 4 amendments which were not accepted, we'll be treating them as en bloc when it comes to voting. Once the group leaders have presented those, we have the general debate, of which there is no time limit, and then we have a vote. About the only difference when it comes to the budget is we are required to have a recorded vote on the budget. So I won't go through it again for the budget, but that's the gist of this paper. As I say, for the last 6 years on the budget, it served us rather well. I'll stop at that.
Thank you, Pete. Any members got any questions on that at all? So can I have an indication from members that they're happy to support that approach as we carry on the process? Can I have a show of hands that everybody's happy with that, please? Unanimous. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you, members. So I'm proposing from the Chair that under Procedure Rule 23.1 that we suspend Procedure Rule 12.5, and this allows more than one amendment to be moved at one time. So I'm looking for a seconder.
I will second that.
All those in favour, please? Suspending standing orders. Thank you very much, members. So I'm moving on now to invite Councillor Mark Hawthorne to present the Council's strategy. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Today I present to this Council our new corporate strategy, a strategy for the future of Gloucestershire, a strategy to build back better, to fulfil on the promise we gave to the electorate last May and on which we were elected. But before I begin, I want to put on record my thanks to our amazing staff, who over the last 2 years and under difficult circumstances have continued to deliver to support our communities throughout the COVID pandemic and ensure that the most vulnerable have continued to be protected. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that we are extremely proud of their service and dedication. But today is about the future as we exit the pandemic, thanks to our world-leading vaccine programme. Today is about how we can begin the journey of recovery. But it isn't about returning to the past. We must seize this moment to build back better, to build back greener, by giving people the opportunity to choose a more sustainable and healthier life. Like our plan to deliver 1,000 EV charging points, one of the first counties in the country to do so. Or our £20 million investment in a 26-mile cycle spine connecting Bishop Cleeve in the north to Stroud Town Centre in the south. Or our £1 million Climate Change Action Fund, supporting projects making a real difference right across the county. Or our £20 million R-Court Transport Hub, offering high-quality bus, coach, bike and e-scooter access for visitors and shoppers. Or indeed like here at Shire Hall, where we turned a 60s building from an energy waster into an energy producer. Tackling climate change can't be done through endless motions and speeches. It takes real action, real investment, delivering real pragmatic change, which gives ordinary people a real choice to lead a greener, healthier life. But we want to go further. We want to be the county at the cutting edge of the green revolution. We want to build on our nuclear heritage by becoming the home of Step Fusion Research Centre at Berkeley. An opportunity that could see Gloucestershire as a global heart of a greener tomorrow and a catalyst for new green jobs, new green businesses right on our doorstep. The Step Fusion bid would not have been possible without this administration's ambition for our county to become a new city region, at the heart of a new Western Gateway powerhouse. For our strategy is about ensuring Gloucestershire punches above its weight, that our county becomes a strategic economic gateway, connecting Midlands Engine in the north, the Oxfordshire, Cambridgeshire, Ark and Swindon's Valley in the east, the Cardiff City region in the west, and the Bristol West of England Combined Authority in the south. We are uniquely placed to be the conduit at the heart of the powerhouses that drive the engineering and innovation of the UK economy. Our strategy sets out how we will secure the investment we need for that future, like the £1 billion to transform our infrastructure, to finally fix the missing link, to upgrade junctions 9 and 10 on the M5, to improve rail connectivity right across the region, and our plans to explore a mass transit solution running through the heart of our county. We believe Gloucestershire's moment has come. We have the opportunity to secure a prosperous future for our county and for future generations, to build back better. But that future must be one accessible to all. That is why our strategy focuses on levelling up right across the county. It is time that once and for all we tackle those communities too often left behind, and to help our market towns realise their full potential. Our strategy commits to ensuring that no community is left behind. We know the communities that need help. We've been delivering interventions in them for decades. But as Alistair, Nick and others will attest to, too often we don't listen to what they need, what help they actually want. This has to change. We need to work with communities and reach out to their residents to better understand how we can deliver lasting change, how we can raise educational attainment, how we can reskill, how we can deliver investments that make a real difference, ultimately levelling up. Our goal is action on the ground, not strategies that never lead anywhere. And for our market towns, we want to be the catalyst for a renewed sense of confidence to help them recover from COVID. Our grants are already making a huge difference, and across Gloucestershire this year, thanks to the County Council, we will see hundreds of events that signal we are back open for business. And what better way to top that off than the fantastic news that only the other week that the County Council has secured the first ever full stage of the Tour of Britain in our county, showcasing all that is great about Gloucestershire. But our strategy isn't just about delivering growth across our county. And yes, I do mean growth. Growth is not a dirty word. Our strategy is about continuing the transformation of our own services, the services that residents, including the most vulnerable, rely on every single day. In children's, we want to continue our children's social service improvement journey. We want to invest in new capacity, like the award-winning Travone House and our nationally recognised Children's Services Academy. We want to see improvements in our schools, helped by a £150 million investment over the next 4 years. In adults, we want to continue to deliver our transformation programme and seek new ways of working with our NHS colleagues. And we want to enhance our independence of offer and utilise new technology to help people live more independently for longer. In fire, we want to continue our transformation journey, safe in the knowledge that we now have a police and crime commissioner interested in working in partnership rather than pursuing a pointless and costly takeover. Blue likes working together for the residents of Gloucestershire, as it should have been all along. And on roads, we will continue our investment in resurfacing with another £100 million over the next 4 years. Councillors, this is a strategy about building back better. It's about delivering on our manifesto commitment at the local elections. It's about seizing the opportunity we find ourselves in to secure the investment our county needs and secure the green future that residents want. It's about ensuring we deliver the services that protect the most vulnerable and that grow the potential of our county. Whether that's step fusion or cycling, road infrastructure or school, Today is our opportunity to set out our vision for the future, to get on with the job we were elected to do, to deliver for the residents of Gloucestershire, and yes, to build back better. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Lyndon Stowe. Councillor Stowe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to second adoption of the strategy in front of us today and fully endorse the Leader's comments. This is a strategy to build back better and to make Gloucestershire an even greater county. It sets out very clearly our ambitions, the ambitions we seek to realise as a council, and in turn to help our residents achieve their aspirations. And all of this embedded in a greener Gloucestershire. Now, I'm not going to repeat what the Leader has just said in that excellent speech, but in particular I do want to recognise our ambition to improve our customer experience. We have a very wide range of stakeholders, and we need to ensure that everyone is dealt with in a timely and professional and a fair manner. And some of our customers have very complex needs. We do need to be able to say yes more often, and if that's not possible, to explain why we can't do so. The strategy includes ongoing investment in ICT, and we need to ensure that we invest well in this area, in digital technology and the right software for the job. But digital is great, but it is not exclusive. It can never be exclusive. We need to make sure we never lose sight of our customers and of serving our customers, whatever their needs might be. And sometimes that might be that they cannot communicate with us in a digital manner. And when they get in touch with us, for whatever reason that might be, and there's a whole plethora of services which we deliver, we should strive to resolve their issue at the first time, with the best solution for them. And if we're not able to say yes, and we're not able to help them in the manner they ask, then we need to explain why we can't do that. And this is going to be embedded within the new working of this council. And then we ask them, how have we done? Could we have done better? And we listen to those answers. And in order to achieve this, we need to ensure our staff are well trained and they're fully understanding of this mission to help. And that does need some transformation. We need to be honest about that, and our strategy includes that. And that's why I'm delighted that the strategy does include that very important paragraph about improving our customer experience. And Chairman, I'm happy to not only endorse that, but to endorse the whole of the strategy in front of us, and have pleasure in seconding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoll. I'm going to ask the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, the Leader of Labour and the Leader of the Greens if they wish to speak, whether or not they've got amendments or not. So straight away I'm into Councillor Paul Hodkinson.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody. We really welcome the opportunity to make amendments to this corporate strategy. And I just wanted to take a moment to echo what the Leader of the Council said, because you know, we have a backdrop here, don't we, of 2 years of pandemic, of hardship, of loss of life, of pain and suffering. And so we also would like to thank all of our staff who worked so hard, and all of the councillors, after everything we've been through. But most importantly, to thank the people of Gloucestershire, because they're the ones who've actually, if you like, carried the can in this pandemic and have done the right and decent things, even if those in authority at the top of our country haven't done so. So this document for me, is an opportunity to set out our council's direction for the next 4 years. And while we're not seeking to rewrite it in our own image, we are seeking to make some very specific long-term amendments that will improve this council strategy. We wouldn't have started in this position. We would have had a different culture and emphasis, but we note that we did not win that election, and therefore we accept that. So the specific focus of our amendments today are about protection. They're about protecting our environment, about protecting our residents, and they're about protecting those children that are in care. These are specifics, not three-word cliches, which are meaningless. So included in these targeted amendments are proposals that will keep people safe, make dramatic improvements to Gloucestershire's environment, including our own estate, and give power back to our communities and protect our most vulnerable in society. So specifically then, let me take you through these things. Number one, we are focused here on protecting our environment. So what we're suggesting here is a complete change of direction with what we would describe as the council's crown jewels, our rural estate. We feel it's time to stop the selling of our publicly owned land and instead put in place an acre-for-acre policy to help more farmers learn their trade in an environmentally responsible manner, and taking their lead in that from our own already innovative tenants, because they're at the forefront of environmentally responsible practices. Secondly, we're also setting the ambition to increase the size of that estate where due diligence shows that we'll make a return on the public's money. And we're looking to make this council an exemplar county in terms of active travel, targeting the creation of safe cycling neighbourhoods to make active travel the default choice for shorter journeys that make up the bulk of trips in urban environments. Similarly, we're looking at leading from the front with our suggestions here about our own staff and councillors, creating incentives to ditch the car and consider alternative methods to get to and from Shire Hall where it's practical to do so. Because wouldn't it be great to halve the number of parking spaces needed for this council in the next few years and spend that money instead on those members who want to make really green travel choices? So that's protecting our environment. Secondly, we're focused on protecting our residents. Now, we're restating in our suggested amendments our commitment to work with our communities to make 20 miles per hour the usual speed in circumstances where vehicles and vulnerable people mix. We think it's critically important that we change the mindset away from ad hoc, lower speed limits, some places get them, some don't, with expensive and over-engineered schemes, moving towards 20 mile per hour schemes becoming the norm, where it's achieved with the consent of the community and where communities want them. Because that's about working with communities, not doing to them. And that's why we're also amending the decision here on expanding e-scooter hire to take place following a full and thorough public consultation. And finally, in this section, we want to rebuild our trading standards. Trading standards have been decimated by cuts of more than 55% over the last 10 years. Trading standards keep our residents safe from fraudulent or unscrupulous behaviour, and they prevent dangerous goods from being on the street. And our third section of amendments is focused on protecting our most vulnerable children. Now, I do firmly suggest that we should be moving the Transforming Children's Services section of the corporate strategy to the top of the document, because this will send out a clear message how massively important this is to us. And regardless of the result from Ofsted, and we all hope it is a good one, it's important to show that transforming our children's services is our number one priority. Now, beyond this, we've committed to the strategy, committed to this strategy a target of dramatically cutting down our out-of-county placements to 50% by May 2025. We really think this is key, and with a further ambition of eventually having net zero out of county. This is better for the children themselves, and it's better for the taxpayer. And lastly, we're reiterating the importance of preventative services, starting with the point of learning from mistakes of the past, where these services were obliterated. Intervening early not only saves much more money down the line, with much more costly intervention required, but more importantly, it helps our children to reach their potential. Now, I hope you'll agree that these amendments are well considered. They should be something all councillors could reasonably sign up to from any party, and I hope to see these become ingrained in our strategy in the next 4 years. A reminder, it was about protecting our environment, protecting our residents, protecting our most vulnerable children. Please support these amendments. Thank you.
Councillor Hodkinson, thank you very much. Have you got a seconder, please? Councillor Evans.
That's me, Chair. Yeah, I'm really pleased to second this. I won't talk for long because Paul's laid that out really clearly, and obviously I can save 50% of the time I would normally take by not repeating Dominic Cummings' slogans repeatedly. The two themes that are really important and run through our amendments are protection and working with communities. And I think in terms of protecting the environment, vulnerable children in our care and our residents, and that runs through all the themes in terms of road traffic and intervening before there are road traffic problems and being proactive in that. Also a ride-sharing standards, which we know has been cut very dramatically in previous years and operating now on a shoestring. And working with communities, which as you'd expect from Lib Dems, it runs through everything we do. We want 20 miles an hour to become the usual speed limit throughout the residential areas, but we want to work with communities on that. What I would say in the spirit of cooperation is that the document that's put before us and Mark has outlined isn't a terrible document. There's so much stuff that we can all get behind on that. And we can all agree on, and I think most people in the county can get behind. But what we're trying to do through our amendments is trying to improve it, and we hope that those amendments are accepted in that spirit, that we can improve, and that all members can get behind those improvements. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Evans, thank you. Councillor John Bloxham.
Thank you, Chair. We would echo the thanks to staff and the people of Gloucestershire, and also particularly the active volunteers who worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic to help get us through and continue to make those efforts. We won't be supporting this strategy because, as the leader eloquently outlined, it's peppered with partisan slogans devoid of any clear meaning: levelling up, building back better, uncritical acceptance of government claims which aren't substantiated, that we are about to experience a once-in-a-lifetime transformation of adult social care. These are lofty statements. We get transformation in the document a lot, but what it does is it fails to convince us that we've got the measures proposed in place that will deliver that. It describes problems at length. What it offers, however, is the same approach to many of those problems, despite the overuse of the word transformation, and despite the existential threat of climate change. There is no commensurate action set out which meets the scale of that challenge. There are some measures, but it doesn't step up to the scale of the challenge. The commentary offers on the problems that it references fail to reflect their deep-seated structural causes set in, for example, poverty, inequality, environmental and ecological degradation, injustice and discrimination. These are the things that we see in our communities. If you open your eyes, they're there. These have been made all the harder through the approaches that this government has undertaken over the last 12 years in one form or another. I gather it's about to morph again, but it's more of the same, just with different labels on. So we've opposed the administration at the ballot box, and we do so in the council chamber. This, as has been outlined, is an extended version of the administration's manifesto, so it's not something that we would support. However, we've attempted to engage with the process of putting forward constructive amendments. A few have been accepted, others haven't. I wish to address two here. First, in relation to children's services, and second, in relation to housing. So with regard to children's services, the heading, transformation, under that heading, it says there, are various changes that are proposed by the administration. However, we feel an explicit reference is needed around the importance of prioritising social work, resourcing and leadership. As we know, Ofsted found our services to be inadequate, including inadequate leadership, management and governance. And we've heard the inspectors are with us now. The last "we will" point in the list that appears in the document, that's on page 10 and 24, refers only to a training and development offer. And training and development, of course, is very welcome and necessary, but it's not sufficient. Leadership, management and resourcing and governance are all key to any improvement journey, and our amendment seeks to make that explicit, and we would hope that other parties would support that reference. The independent review on childcare has made the point that workforce issues also apply to leadership, and good quality, stable leadership has for long been known to be a significant factor in changing institutional cultures and delivering consistently high quality children's social care. They add, getting the leadership of children's social care within local authorities right requires the alignment of engaged council chief executives, knowledgeable elected lead members and permanent and skilled directors of children's services. So our amendment seeks to make the broader strategic point around leadership, and we would hope that that will be supported by acceptance of our amendment. The second one I want to talk about is in relation to housing. Any strategy for placemaking, growth and regeneration has to recognise the critical links between land, jobs, homes and associated infrastructure. Hence, we propose an addition in the section on sustainable growth, which refers to the need for market housing, affordable housing and infrastructure. The text presented to us comments that house prices are at an all-time high as new supply remains low and demand is high. So a strategic task, therefore, is for the Council to work with and lead partnerships that seek to address the problem that it refers to, both market and affordable housing, together with associated infrastructure. So it's not enough just to comment on the problem, we have to be part of that solution. So there's a strategic role for this Council with its other county partners to shape and influence our shared future. County Council Network report on the future of strategic planning, published just before Christmas, pointed the way on this. If we have ambitions and we desire for there to be a county deal, then we have to recognise the role of housing delivery in Gloucestershire. As drafted, the strategy says employment, land and associated jobs are required. Our amendment simply seeks to add the words market housing, affordable housing and infrastructure. This does not seek to usurp the functions of district councils, who are properly the housing authorities. It simply references the importance, alongside employment and jobs, of housing in any comprehensive sustainable growth strategy. To say we have no housing powers and that it's for districts to leave and then to leave it at that is a very passive stance. What is needed is ambition and proactivity to meet the challenge that we face. The amendment doesn't declare that we will deliver housing in isolation from our other partners. It simply strengthens reference in the commentary to housing being required as part of any plan for economic recovery. And we would hope that our parties would support that, and I would commend the amendment to Council. We'll, of course, return to these points as needed in the debate if these amendments are not accepted by the Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Looking for a seconder, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to second Councillor Bloxham's strategy comments and the amendments that he has made, in particular focusing on the issue of children's services. The strategy mentions the vulnerable several times, which is great and commendable, but the children in our care must be a priority in this group of vulnerable residents. In particular, I think we need to look very carefully at social work provision, not only in terms of recruiting new social workers for the county, but also making sure we retain the ones we have and the ones that we do recruit anew. On housing, I echo Councillor Bloxham's comments on the role of housing as part of the wider council strategy. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas, thank you very much. I'm going to invite the Green leader to speak. I don't believe you've got any amendments, but you would like to say a few words anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As you say, we have no proposal to amend this strategy today, but I would like still to say a few words regarding it. Whilst we agree with much of the vision in the strategy, there are a number of things that we don't endorse. However, we do appreciate that our priorities differ from those who do have the majority on this council. Gloucestershire is indeed a great place to live, work, and enjoy recreation. And we surely share the common fact that we all feel very blessed to live here. We welcome inclusion in its many forms, whether social, economic, digital, or through transport. Some measures within the strategy would indeed benefit our population's physical and mental health across all ages, and the promotion of community resilience will contribute to a happier, fairer society. Innovation and truly sustainable growth are positives, and essential to this is the development of green skills and jobs. Naturally, we will do all we can to help the Council achieve its ambition to be carbon net zero, significantly before 2045, of course. The promotion of active travel and improved public transport could lead to a more affordable and convenient alternative to the private car, all of which complement the strategy. There is much to support in this document. We would have liked to see it go further, and we may therefore be abstaining rather than voting against. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cody. I'm now going to be calling for an adjournment. I think if we could reconvene at 11:30 to allow the group leaders to discuss this item further. Thank you, members. Reconvene 11:30, please.
Hello. The Lib Dem group are going to want a meeting to discuss the amendments. So I suggest we've got at least 15 minutes before we're going to be able to reconvene.
Has anybody misplaced a mobile phone found in the toilets? Has anybody seen Pamela? It's her phone. Pam?
Is this your phone,
Pam? Okay, members, can you take your seats again, please? I think we're ready to recommence. Yeah, I'm going to hand over to Pete, and he will summarise exactly where we are at this precise moment in time. Thank you.
So, just to set the scene, so we had the breakout. Over half of the amendments suggested have been accepted as friendly amendments by the administration. I think only one amendment has actually been withdrawn off the table. So there are what we are calling Hawthorne amendments from both Labour and Lib Dem, which will go on for be represented by Paul and John. So the first stage will be for Mark to go through and say what he's accepted, and then it will be for the Paul and John to make the case for those that have not been accepted. Mark.
Thank you for that. So just bear with me, please, while I go through the amendments as I've got on. Excellent. You've got the table in front of you, so it makes it easier for members to follow. The first one, which is the new bullet on page 13, which starts at the end of policy of selling off publicly owned rural estate. The Conservative group does not accept this. It is not a policy position that we are in favour of, and we would question whether or not the council has the skill sets to train farmers on being environmentally more friendly, but I will leave it to others who are more versed in farming than I am, and indeed probably many others in this chamber. The second one, and I do wish someone would switch off that car alarm, because that is becoming seriously annoying. Anyone know whose car it is? It's not my car, I'm parked in the other car park, Pam. Thank you. So the second one, with regards to reducing our carbon footprint, we put a counter proposal on the table, which my understanding is that that counter proposal has been accepted, which is looking to use staff remuneration benefit scheme to enable staff to make greener choices, etc., etc. I think there is a conversation around councillors, but I think that needs to be taken in a different place and certainly not incorporated within the strategy. We would be very uncomfortable with that. The next one is regards to green energy solutions on county council buildings and our rural estate where appropriate. We're more than happy to accept that as written. The next one, with regards to transforming children's services, there is a new set of bullets on this, and also a suggestion that the transforming children's services section should be at the top of the corporate strategy rather than the 6 priorities. Our view is very clear that the priorities were not written in any order whatsoever, that they are all functions to which we are dedicated to delivering, and therefore we don't accept the suggestion here that somehow we should be prioritising them in any way, shape or form on that. Clearly transforming children's services is a key priority for this council. So my understanding is that will become an orphan. The next one, which is our cycling for all, we've got some slightly tweaked wording there, which I think has been accepted. So that one is incorporated as a friendly amendment. The next one, which is on page 13, which is with regards to consulting on the public on expanding e-scooters. We've just put in there a brackets subject to legislation, because I think legislation has been slightly delayed and we won't know where we are till later on in the year. I think that has been accepted, and therefore that is a friendly incorporated motion. The next one on page 9, which is the 20 mph, the usual speed limit in places where vulnerable road users and vehicles mix. I won't go through all of the arguments, which were well rehearsed in the moment when this was brought to council a couple of months ago. The Conservative group does not believe that is the right approach to effectively call for blanket 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. We believe that there are a number of different measures that we can help support communities on in tackling speeding, including the money that we've got later on in the budget around supporting speed watch schemes across the county. So the Lib Dems should not be surprised that we have rejected the amendment as written there today, and that one becomes an orphan. The next one is on page 24, which is regards to children and families remaining paramount, and does our desire to house more vulnerable children in county. The first thing I would say is that the amendment as written, though I think that's now changed on screen, I must admit there have been so many versions of this one that I've slightly lost track, but certainly the one that Paul referred to in his speech. County placements to 50% by May 2025, well, they're already 25%. Our concern here is that we absolutely support and accept the overriding principle of ensuring that vulnerable children are placed in county where that is applicable and appropriate. However, we believe that the way that this amendment is written will have fall under the law of unintended consequences, that there will be occasions where a child, for their own safety and indeed their own protection, will be better placed either in a provider that is not in this county or indeed in a placement outside of the county, and certainly you think of County Lines being a good example where this has happened on numerous occasions. And I think Stephen will make reference that this would also have an unintended consequence on fostering as well. So we don't accept that, though I want to make absolutely clear at this stage that we absolutely support the principle of ensuring that children are placed in county where that is the appropriate setting for that to take place. And I think, regrettably, we couldn't find a compromise word on that one. So that remains an orphan, which we will not be supporting. The next one, which is regards to page 25, there's actually two different amendments on this one. So there is an amendment at the top, learn from mistakes in the past, which preventive services dramatically cut. And we made our job very clear that we feel that this is a politicisation of this particular amendment, and it's also probably worth reminding members that the original changes were as a result of a cross-party report that was brought to Cabinet involving parties from all corners of the chamber. However, we are willing to accept the final sentence, which is and include youth workers based in communities, because I think that aligns where we believe our strategy is going on that. So that's a part orphan, so have fun in dealing with that one on that one. And the final one, from the Liberal Democrats' point of view, at least, is on page 29, where we reject the insertion of that particular change. We acknowledge that there will be proposals being brought forward through the medium-term financial strategy process from trading standards, which will be considered as part of our budget for next financial year. But we don't believe the changes, as outlined, should be included in the corporate strategy. So that one is an orphan. Okay, moving on to the Labour Party amendments on this one, and I'll rattle through these quite quickly, so a number of them have been accepted. So the first one, which is including the phrase network of cycling routes including, is accepted. The next one, which is a repeat of that one on page 13, is accepted. The section on our court has an additional amendment which we've rejected on the basis that actually that paragraph is specifically in relation to our court, and adding in the sentence there, I think, just confuses that paragraph a bit, and I understand that that has been withdrawn. Moving on to the next one, rural isolation. Access to reliable and affordable public transport is critical to compacting rural isolation. We accept that with a slight amendment, which is to say public and community transport, and I believe that has been accepted as a friendly amendment on that one, so that is accepted as part of the substantive. The next one is regards to evidence safety concerns across a range of measures together with public concern and community support. I think we're now in a position to accept that one, so that is now accepted and will form part of the substantive. Moving on to improving our roads, and thank John for an excellent spot there on something that clearly was never intended. So to change the word faster to safer, which is clearly what we intended all along, that is accepted and saves our blushes if that ever went through. Going on to the final couple from the Labour Party. The first one is an additional bullet point on children's services. We think that the points made in that have already been adequately covered in the rest of the bullets points made, and therefore we reject that, and that becomes an orphan. The next one, which is on the transforming adult social care, and having listened to John's speech, I now understand why he's approaching it in that fashion, which has the stated intention to begin. We clearly don't accept that political viewpoint, and therefore we reject that, and that becomes an orphan. I'm nearly there, I promise. Amendment 8 is an additional bullet point on the customer experience. Again, I think it's a good spot by John, which is around the digital skills gap and digital accessibility issues that many individuals and communities will have. So we accept that one. I think that's a fair comment on that one. And Amendment 9, which we had, I think, a good debate with earlier on, which is on sustainable growth, which is add market housing, affordable housing and infrastructure. Our view here is, as it currently stands, and clearly we wait the publication of the planning white paper, which is expected later on in the year, the County Council has no strategic involvement in housing planning, and from our point of view, adding that into a corporate strategy when we don't have any legal responsibility for that, I think is a potential red flag to our district colleagues. That doesn't mean that we work with district colleagues on housing, but it does mean that I think referencing it in our corporate strategy would reflect a reality that is not the case, but again, that could change in the white paper. So thank you very much for your words. That's all of them, and I hope I've made that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Before we go on, I've just been informed that the alarm is not a car alarm, it's a building alarm, so investigations are continuing. Thank you. So we go on to the group leaders to present any remaining unsupported amendments for their group en bloc. So we'll take, first of all, I'll take Councillor Hodkinson and the seconder first, and then we'll vote on the Liberal ones. Then we'll hand over to Councillor Bloxham and his seconder, and we will then vote on the Labour amendments before we progress. So on to Councillor Hodkinson, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I must admit, actually, I didn't really think that some of our very reasonable proposals would invoke this sort of negativity from the Conservative group, who've rejected some of our very reasonable and progressive proposals. However, there we are, it's happened. So, as people might have assumed, we are going to push ahead with some of our amendments on the basis that, you know, Conservative members may change their minds. You have never done so before in a... They're laughing, yes, but you never know. I love to be surprised. Anyway, so the ones I'm going to take you through are the proposals for the rural estate, the proposal to work with our communities to make 20 mile per hour the usual speed limit where vulnerable road users and vehicles mix, some of our proposals on children's services, and our proposal to rebuild the trading standards team that, unfortunately, this administration has decimated. So let's start with a bit more detail so you can see the amendments on the screen. So first of all, our proposal to end the selling off of the rural estate, because we think this could be used as a launch pad for new entrants to come into this from non-traditional backgrounds. We think this is a win-win situation. It increases our assets and it improves our environment. And I'm sure it must have been an honest mistake, really, to misinterpret our amendment suggesting that the council would be training farmers. We didn't say that, and that was not our suggestion at all, though you do, I believe, undermine the experience of our fantastic rural team in saying so. So that was a misunderstanding, deliberate or not. However, certainly I believe that our rural estate does provide us with a leadership opportunity, because we can use our exemplar tenant farmers and our rural teams to help their peers in practices that lock in those environmentally sound practices. I think it's an exciting prospect, which we would be lost if this amendment is rejected. And I'm sure our colleagues will agree that it is absolutely wrong to sell off the family silver to pay the rent. We would stop that. So moving on to other points. Now, actually, I'm pleased to see that the Conservative group does not support imposing blanket 20 mile per hour speed limits, because that's not what we're advocating. We don't believe in blanket speed limits. What we are committed to doing is working with communities and supporting their ambitions to reduce traffic speeds and save lives. Now, some of the villages in my area, like Cobley and the town of Northleach, for instance, do want 20 mile per hour speed limits, but there are others that don't. That's fine. And that's what we're advocating here, is that it's the usual speed limit, but you work with the communities where there are vulnerable users, where there are lots of vehicles around, to see if they want it and then implement it. It's very clear. It's very clear. And I hope that when people read it again, they'll support it. Now, moving on to children's services, and I am a bit shocked, actually, that some of our proposals to improve the service haven't been accepted by the administration. You know, this point about our proposal about moving this to the top of the strategy from 6th position is key, because it's about the message it sends out. It doesn't matter how many times you say, well, it's not a running order. The fact you've got an order does suggest an order. And this is the group of people who need the most protection. So that's why we want to put it first. And I also don't understand, really, why the Conservatives want to remove a reference to learning from the past. I just don't get it, because surely you have to learn from the past. And history has taught us in so many things that you need to look at the past to be better in the future. And that's what we've said. And then finally, you know, after years of being decimated, it is crucial that we show an ambition for rebuilding trading standards to what it used to be. 55% real-time cuts. That's what's happened. And that's led to staff being able to respond to a fraction of complaints received. And it means that residents are at risk. So I've presented them to you. We think they're good. We want the support. We're protecting the public. It makes sense. Please support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgkinson. And Councillor Evans is a seconder, please, before we go to the vote on the Liberal Democrats' amendments.
Yeah, I second it. Can I retain my right to speak later, or can I speak in the debate?
We according to the flow chart, we're going straight to the vote on the amendments, on the Liberal amendments.
Well, you know, this is... I thought it was normal practice. If you wanted to speak up in favour of an amendment, you did it before the vote. And I want to speak up in favour of 2 amendments. So I'm at a loss as to why I'm being refused the opportunity to do so. It's no good speaking up after, because I'm hoping I'm going to persuade Mark to change his mind. I've done that a number of times in the past.
Happy? Thank you, Councillor Hilton. I think there has been some confusion on the flow chart, so yes, carry on.
Thank you, Chair. The first one, and the main one I want to speak on, is to do with the Trading Standards Service. When I was in the Cabinet, the last time I was in the Cabinet, I set a budget ahead of the 2005 elections for Trading Standard Service of £1.78 million. Today's equivalent, that would be £2.838 million. The actual spend for trading standards this year or next year would be £892,000. That's a 68% cut in real terms in the Trading Standards Service. Now, we know trading standards is really important in product safety, protecting us against counterfeit goods. It's really important in the movement of livestock, making sure that the movement of livestock is all done healthily. It carried out a very important role just before I was elected in 2001, when we had the foot and mouth crisis. We had a delayed election that year. And I don't think our service at this point in time could deal with another outbreak in Gloucestershire. It has 18 members of staff. From my memory, and it's from memory, I might not be accurate, we had about 45 members of staff in trading standards when I was the Cabinet member. So I'm really surprised that the leader of the council can't see that, and we're not asking him to commit to anything other than to review the service over the next 12 months. So next time round, the next budget, we might be able to provide some additional resources to the Trading Standards Service. Now, the real estate one is another interesting one. Why do you keep flogging off the farms? It's all right to sell bits where you might gather some income and then to reinvest it in the farming estate. The county farms provide an opportunity for young farmers that do not have, they're not taking over the farm from their father or their mother. They're people that want to get into farming. And the only way they can do it is to rent a farm. And it works really, really well. And we had a visit, didn't we, Lyndon, to a farm in northwest of Gloucestershire. It was amazing, the innovative work they were doing there and how they were generating So I forgot what it was. They were doing a really good job anyway in looking after the environment. But the other point is, when I've looked at the figures, sorry, I think we are making about £800,000 a year profit from running the rural estate. Chair, if we were to invest wisely, we might well help the environment, we might help the farming community, we also might help the bottom line on our revenue budget. So why Mark Hawthorne's not prepared to look at this again? I thought he was a wise man, but he's missing an opportunity to actually benefit the county council's bottom line, its revenue budget, by generating income not from the council tax. Now, why don't you see the sense in this, Mark? Why have you rejected it? I just cannot understand it. I'm sure privately Lyndon's told you we should accept it. It's a very good idea.
Thank you, Councillor Elton. Sorry for the confusion, members. We are under no debate in rules now, debating the Liberal Democrat amendment. So I'm handing over now to Councillor Roger Wyburn.
Thank you, Chair. Can I make a suggestion for the future that before I start, that we ditch this term orphan amendment and maybe call it a standalone amendment. It's really insulting to orphans, I think, and people who've been born in circumstances which they wouldn't have necessarily chosen. So on the amendment itself, yeah, I mean, I completely get it that we are not advocating to put 20 mile an hour down every road in the county. We are not advocating a blanket speed limit. We're not even advocating a blanket speed limit in all residential areas. I completely get that. And it's, you know, it's misleading to suggest otherwise. There's probably 3 to 5 secondary main roads that go through my own division. I need to go no further than that, where it would be insanity to put 20 mile an hour down them, because they're just not designed for that sort of slow speed. They're designed as through roads, and we have to have a different mechanism for coping with that. And I'm not suggesting that where there are, you know, Paul gave the example of, you know, villages that self-contain, they want to introduce the 20 mile an hour limit. The next village might also want to do the same thing. I'm not suggesting the long stretch of wide road in between the two where nobody lives is where we should do things. The avocation is to do 20 mile an hour where people live, work, play, go to school, etc., where people are. That's what it's about. So that's probably the most important thing to say. But to go down the road of individual schemes and not putting in the usual bit, I'm afraid it's a disaster. And it's a disaster on practical grounds and many other grounds, just on deliverability, practicality and cost. We will get, because we've seen the example of what we've tried to put through already, we will get almost nothing done with lots of small-scale schemes which don't necessarily join up. There'll be too many traffic regulation orders, and we know how difficult and expensive it is just to get one. Too much officer time, too much traffic calming, and all the associated costs. There's endless bureaucracy. I can envisage that with that approach, at the end of this administration, there'll be next to nothing done. And that's not the mood of the country or the people in this county in terms of speed limits, where people overwhelmingly want them reduced. And it would be just so much simpler to agree the principle and put up the signs except in the places where you decide not to put them up because you've consulted with the local people or because it's completely impractical. So that was the first thing.
20 seconds.
Okay. Well, just briefly, I mean, it's not democratic, and I've touched on the reasons why it isn't. It's not going to make much difference to road safety because of so little will get done. And it doesn't change the culture of people slowing down and then trying to speed up as soon as they've left an area and back again. And it certainly doesn't address climate change for the same reason, because people are forever trying to speed up at the end of it. So thank you for listening, and it sounds like my time is out. Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca Halifax, please.
Hello, thank you. 2 quick points. One is in relation to training farmers. In Gloucestershire, we are incredibly fortunate that we house both the Royal Agricultural University and Hartbury College, which are world-renowned resources in agricultural technology, teaching young people and farmers and farming technologists in agricultural practice, in agricultural technology, in ecology solutions, and in sustainable practices. If we can't train farmers in Gloucestershire, where in the world can we? And secondly, in relation to children's services and the position of children's services on the bullet points. The bullet points might not be in any particular order for any reason. However, the public reading our bullet points might see them as being in a particular order because perception does matter. Now, the Welsh Government today has announced a really quite dramatic policy of funding a universal basic income for their care leavers for a period of 2 years. It's an extraordinary policy, one that I personally support very wholeheartedly. They are prioritising their most vulnerable members of the community and doing so in full view of the world. I'd like to see us doing the same and showing our constituents, our residents, in their perception that we are doing the same as well as taking action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halifax. Councillor Don Morris.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me that a non-farmer... Sorry. Thank you, Chair. It seems to be a non-farmer teaching farmers how to farm is like Dizzy, my dog, teaching me table manners. Although I think Dizzy could probably teach Councillor Paul how to read his amendments properly because it very clearly says training farmers. I was really struck there by Councillor Jeremy's inability to recall what he was taught on his last visit, and the irony there really got me. But
on a personal explanation,
sorry,
it was to do with the breeding of bulls.
Oh well, there we are. I might have a follow-up, Chair. But on a serious note. Radio check. Is it my charisma? Should I stand outside? Chair, do you want to come back to my question? Let somebody else go. How's that? Yeah, I mean, facetious joke aside, I think farmers are going through a really difficult time at the moment, the biggest change for generations, and I think what we need is humility and support. I've still got my farming stabiliser wheels on at the age of 40 if I'm really well behaved, and I learn my bull insemination lessons. I sometimes get to drive the combine harvester and the tractor, and when I'm badly behaved, Dad allows me to, or confines me to sweeping the yard. But I think what we really need is help, and professional help from things like the RAU and Farm 491 and other bits and pieces, but my sense is other people are not so well placed to do that. And I think if you want proof, go and watch Jeremy Clarkson's farm, which I know we all enjoyed. And farmers like me were really, really terrified that a rich non-farmer learning how to farm would make us all look stupid because he had injections of Amazon money and it would be quite easy. But actually it was full of humility, which is not necessarily what we think of when it's Jeremy Clarkson. But I think we'll see that his first year learning how to farm when he wasn't a farmer resulted in the square root of diddly squat, both in terms of his bottom line accounting and environmental. So I think, for me, we should probably just let farmers farm, because I'm a bit bored of people telling us what to do. We need some support and some help, but we don't need to be trained. So respectfully, I'd like to reject this motion, let farmers farm and get on with it, and let us, as county councillors, do what we do best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Stephen Davis, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a few comments on the amendments focused on children's services. And as you would expect on a day like today, they combine some element of nonsense, some that are perfectly reasonable, and some that are just mischievous. So let's start with the nonsense. The ordering of the document is not relevant. It is in there, and they all have equal priority. with a budget of over 500 million, that is quite a reasonable expectation to make. And, trying to reorder it, we would spend the rest of the day deciding whether the climate emergency, which we all voted for, is more important than this or that or the other. So I think that is a complete red herring. And anyway, Ofsted have actually already looked at this in draft form and taken their view, whatever it may be, as to how much we are prioritising children's services. So I think that is a little bit of nonsense. On the reasonableness one, actually, I think we all agree on the objective to have more of our placements in county. Actually, we exceed the target that is set in the original already. The target set was 50%. We're already at 25%, so that seems a little odd. But the idea of net zero is not a good idea because, as the leader has suggested, county lines, but also specialist care may cause us to place children outside of county. But it is our ambition, and we did try, I know, to put some words together that would allow us to agree on this. It is our ambition to keep children in county. That is clearly sensible. But I would give you one example which caused me concern. No amount of money will fix a shortage of foster carers, and foster care is a better place for a child to be than in a home. So if we followed it to its natural conclusion, if we couldn't put them in a foster home in Gloucestershire, we would put them in a home rather than put them in a foster home outside of Gloucestershire. And I have to say I'm not sure that's the policy that we wanted to set. So I'm sad that we couldn't come to an agreement of words on that one and that we're forced to reject it because I think the sentiment is absolutely correct. And the final one about learning from mistakes of the past, a huge amount of work went in, including a cross-party task and finish group that I was on, along with all other parties, though not all attended equally to all meetings. In which it was agreed, particularly on youth services, our way forward, and it is a different policy from the ones that were stopped previously and designed to target the requirements that were identified. So I don't think that is a useful or helpful comment. I believe it is mischievous, but I do agree with the and include youth workers based in communities. I think that's a
20 seconds, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Colin.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to answer a couple of the things. On the rural estates, what happened there is that in the olden days, when I first started as a councillor, the rural estates and county farms were used for people who had graduated from agricultural colleges and so on, who were fairly young, so they had their training, and this was the opportunity for them to actually manage their own farm. It wasn't about training them as such. But what we're talking about here is we recognise the really good work that's been happening in some of our county farms, and disseminating that information would be a good thing. And certainly, in terms of being able to encourage people who take on new county farms, in terms of regenerative farming, has a massive impact on climate change. So I don't understand why you don't understand what that's about. And in terms of, just talking, just listening now, if the order in which they are in the strategy isn't relevant, why not change? So, I don't understand that. And the misunderstanding about net zero means that we have an opportunity with counties around us to take children and put them up here where we totally understand that with things like county lines or other issues, for children's safety, sometimes you have to move them some distance away. But the same happens in other counties. So why aren't we taking some of them when we send children over there? That's why the word net is used, and it's deliberately being misunderstood. What are the my main reason for wanting to speak, though, is that the strategy itself is flawed. And it's flawed on this basis. Most of the work, a lot of Mark's speech was peppered with, we want to do this, we want to do that. Can I remind you, this is a strategy. A strategy is how you get from A to B. So at the end of 4 years, where do we want to be as a council? What things do we want to have done in 4 years? Not a list of what we might want to do and all the jolly good things that that might include. And so that actually, as we go through the 4 years, each service plan for each year will be saying, how do we achieve what we need to by the end of that 4 years?
10 seconds, Councillor, please.
Okay, so that's really important, and the one target that we put in there was rejected. We need targets over the 4 years. We want to see the improvements on the 417, and that was in the last strategy, so you failed in those terms. So, you know, we need to have targets, and then we can judge things as they go, year on year. Are we making progress or aren't we? And we don't have that. We've just got a wish list.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Joe Mosley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rose really to speak on one item, but I feel obliged to just comment on another. Gamage Hall Farm is in my division, and it was the subject of the visit that many councillors took. And I have to say that it was enormously informative and very heartening to see what was going on there. And I would be very, very sorry to see any loss of the estate where we have the opportunity to do that. The farmer there had tremendous support, not training, but tremendous support from a very good estates team member. We were all very impressed. To my main point, and I will be brief, I just need to highlight again that we also do not, and I repeat, do not support imposing blanket 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, which is why the amendment is very clear that we would only do so in areas where the community wants and supports these proposals. Would the Conservatives refuse to support communities that are calling for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits? Because this is what the amendment says. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mosley. Councillor Ben Evans, unless... Sorry, Ben.
Councillor Hagenbarth.
Councillor Hagenbarth.
That's right, no problem. Well, yes, I mean, I will be very brief myself. Many people have spoken on these topics and have spoken far more eloquently than I could. However, the one thing I've noted, looking at, you know, helping vulnerable children, 20-mile-an-hour zones, and in trading standards, is the missed opportunity in helping vulnerable people by not accepting these parts of the amendments that we have put forward. And I have to, you know, commend Councillor Hawthorne for the amount of buzzwords he managed to crowbar into his initial speech. But in doing so, I think he's missed the real opportunities this really, hopefully, a cross-party set of acceptance of these amendments would bring. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagenbarth. Councillor Paul Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair. As a townie, I venture into farming with some reluctance, but I think the issue, my worry here is that we've been totally sidetracked by the training issue, not about the policy of selling off. I know, I accept that, but the bigger issue, and no one's commented it from the Tory side, is about the issue of selling off our rural estate. I actually want to talk about safer roads, and I presented a petition this morning, as you all know, about a crossing required in an area of my ward where there is no particular history of accidents. The chances of me getting a crossing there it's never going to happen in my lifetime under this administration, because there seems to be no proactive approach in the way you look at road safety. An accident has to happen, someone has to be killed before you will actually say, yes, we can actually see the reason for doing that. 600 people will sign a petition within about 2 weeks saying they would like a crossing where there isn't one on a mile stretch of road. And we are asking for a more proactive approach to road safety, crossings, and so that we can deliver these things. On the back of that petition, I had 2 other residents coming to me for petitions. They want similar things. And it's all very well putting all this money into cycling, and that's great. But no money is going into walking. No money is going into trying to make it safer for people to walk around their communities. And road safety and crossings is critical to that, absolutely critical. Particularly where you've got schools, and we're encouraging people to walk to schools, at the same time encouraging to walk on dangerous areas, dangerous pavements, where there's a lack of lighting or there's busy traffic. Because when they walk to schools, it's the same time when the commuters are going to schools. So to me, it makes no sense to be saying you're trying to incentivise people walking when actually you're doing sod all about it. We need safer crossings, end of story, and we need a priority from this administration to address that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Lisa Spivey, please.
Thank you. I wasn't actually going to say anything, but I've been really, really encouraged by that poll. I have to say that somebody who represents a rural community, that's exactly the same experience. I've got people that can't walk through their village because the pavements are so narrow, cars are speeding by, and they just don't feel safe. Have there been accidents? Have there been fatalities? No, but why are we not looking at this from a well-being perspective? Why are we waiting for people to be injured and dying and looking only at statistics? It's time that we listened to our communities and did the things that they really wanted so they make their lives better, so that they can feel happier to walk through their villages and access their communities. It's really, it's a no-brainer, I have to say. I think it makes entirely sense. And the other thing I'd like to say, I think it was Mark Twain that said, buy land, they ain't making any more of it.
Thank you, Councillor Spivey. Am I seeing anybody else who wishes to speak before I hand over to Councillor Steve Robinson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I was pleased to see that youth work was back included. Disappointed, of course, because in 2010, this administration completely devastated the youth service, as it did, to be quite honest, across the country. You know, there were, I think there's cuts of £1.1 billion in youth service, 74% cut in youth services across this country. And actually in the Daily Mail, that I don't read the Daily Mail, but in the Daily Mail yesterday it reported that from the YMCA on these cuts and the effect that it was having on young people. So my only concern about is when it says in communities, well, you know, one youth worker is great in a community, but if we're talking about a community of a district council, which can be in the Cotswolds, 45 miles from one end to the other, it would be very disappointing. So I'm pleased to see that we're looking and we're rebuilding, and I hope it's just a start. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Evans, I think we've got there.
Save the best for last. Yeah, I'm going to talk about children's services. It won't be any surprise to people. The priority order of that list, I would respectfully, Mark, and respectfully, I think you've got that wrong. I think for our social workers and for our hard-pressed professionals, for you to release a press release, especially at the moment, saying we are putting you at the top and centre. I get what you're saying about order, I get that. But that would really filter through to our professionals on the ground. And really respectfully, I suggest if it doesn't matter, Mark, if it doesn't matter about order to you, I really think that could be a real boon to our colleagues and to my colleagues who are working their socks off this week like they do every other week, because they want to pass Ofsted, but more than anything else, they want to deliver an outstanding service. The point about learning from mistakes in the past, Ofsted will be looking for leadership. That's one of the key things. Colleagues who are on the Cabinet may well be sick of hearing this, but they will be looking for leadership. And what do good leaders do? They accept when things haven't gone well, they learn from it, and they move forward. In 2010, the County Council, I was working for the County Council at that time, I must declare that, it's not an interest anymore, a long time ago. I was Vice Chair of the Youth Workers Union, and we had constructive conversations with the Conservative administration saying, if you pursue this policy of targeting resources only at most high-end need, in 10 years' time, your budget will have gone through the roof. It will have gone through the roof because what you're doing is storing up more and more expensive solutions needed to work with young people and children. We told it was told repeatedly, and we were ignored. Okay, the past is gone. What we need to do is learn from it. And we need to learn and say that that policy of saying we will only target resources at the most in need will just mean there are more in need children. It's completely logical. I haven't heard anybody, I can see, and I'm trying to be constructive here because I can see areas where there are moves forward. I really can see that in terms of family hubs, but it's not far enough. And actually just to acknowledge, look, there were financial constraints at the time, I get that, there was a national picture at the time, but that whole policy was misconceived, and it's led us to this position we're in at the moment. For me, if that was my administration, I would feel no qualms at all about admitting a mistake, and actually I think there would be a lot of respect in all of us. I don't think it's a political statement. For a document, you know, that's 20 built up Becker, I don't think we can really argue that. So I'm always going to advocate on the behalf of children, young people, and the professionals who work with them. I hope that some of those points are taken on board, and even if today, out of political expediency or whatever it is, even if they're not taken on board, they're considered and maybe applied at a later date.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Before we go to the vote on the Liberal Democrat amendments, Councillor Hodkinson, do you wish to say anything?
Just briefly, yeah. No, thank you for that debate, very enlightening. You've seen and heard all the very reasonable reasons to support these things. I think I just want to emphasise what I heard there, that there are a series of missed opportunities here for the administration, actually, and for the people of Gloucestershire, if our amendments are not voted for now. We talked about a more proactive road safety approach. We've heard the reasons why that is so important. But for me, some of the things I've heard from the Conservatives really, I don't get it. I've heard the phrase, we don't need training. I've heard the phrase, we don't need to learn from the past. Really? Is that really what we've come to? Just like the national government, where complacency and arrogance turns people right off. I've heard the same things today. Let's vote for these amendments and let's be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodkinson. Straight to the vote then, please, on the Liberal Democratic amendments to the strategy. All those...
Chair, I think what we'll do is we'll put them on the screen and scroll through so people can see what they're voting on. We'll put them on the screen so... Yeah, so they're just on the screen. Stephen will just scroll through now so you can see, and then we'll... Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are, and they're there all en masse, and they're marked with vote alongside them, so members can see. They've also been emailed to all of you because we had a request. So they've all been emailed, so you've got them as well. So just so you're clear.
Yeah, so everybody's clear. So this is solely on the Liberal Democrat amendments. All those in favour of the Liberal Democrat amendments, please show. And all those against the Liberal Democrat amendments?
Much larger number.
So we have got 27.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, members. So that the Liberal Democrat amendments are defeated. Sorry, abstentions, please. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you. 4 abstentions. So moving on to the Labour Party amendments and over to Councillor John Bloxham.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief because we covered some of this in the earlier. So we've got 3 standalone amendments which remain that we wish to put to the vote in this block. Firstly, on children's services, we wish to add a reference in this section to the need to turn around children's services by prioritising improved social work, resourcing and leadership. The reason we keep pressing this is the reference to leadership, which is key. The text that we've been given refers to lots of worthy things, including training and development. We think we need an explicit reference to the importance of leadership. As we've outlined, that comes up continuously within inspection reports, within the best practice material that's issued by the inspectorate, and indeed within the recent work of the Independent Review of Children's Services. They say that workforce issues also apply to leadership. So we think there needs to be that explicit reference. With regard to the next amendment, which is on adult social care, what we're seeking to do is to modify the sentence that is included within the report. The document says that the county will respond to government legislation which will begin a once-in-a-generation transformation of social care. Well, really, do we know that? Do we know that these proposals will amount to a once-in-a-generation transformation? The devil is in the detail. The questions are, what's going to be the funding outturn? How much money will come into social care after the NHS have finished with it? Will the grants that we get be swamped by the administration costs of a hideously complex assessment process? And will the commitments that have been made to self-funders top slice out of that budget, thus meaning that there's no qualitative improvement in care, just a reshuffling of the funding arrangements? So we think that this section should be amended just to say that it is the government's stated intention to begin that change, but we don't know whether it's going to happen or not. Some are very sceptical for the reasons I've outlined. And the last point is on housing. We have suggested that in the section on sustainable growth, we include a reference to housing so that along with referencing employment land and infrastructure and jobs, it also references the importance of market housing and affordable housing together with the associated infrastructure. That should be non-contentious. We think it's important to put it in there. That doesn't mean that we're usurping the functions of district councils. We're just acknowledging the strategic importance of housing, and I'm sure that all of our partners would welcome us in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Councillor Thomas, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll just speak briefly now. Thank you very much. Yes, I second John's comments and amendments. I just want to chime in on the children's services one. I think it begins with a very simple bullet point that says turning around children's services. I would like to think that we would not vote against the idea of turning around children's services. On the sustainable growth and the housing reference, it's not just employment land that we need, it's not just new jobs that we need. We do need affordable housing, and we do need the infrastructure around them to really move towards good sustainable growth. I take the point that technically county does not do housing, that is the purview of our district councillors. However, I don't think they would object to our referencing the importance of housing, affordable housing, and associated infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Am I seeing anybody else who wishes to speak on the Labour amendments at all, please? Councillor Stephen Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid we moved into the realms of nonsense. The questions about children's services, it looks like that the Labour group went and read the 5-year-old Ofsted report and regurgitated it, pretending or ignoring or not understanding the work that's already going on in children's services, despite the fact that members of that group have sat and do sit on Children and Family Scrutiny, do sit on the Improvement Board, and know that we have changed the leadership since that report was done, and we support them with a £14 million increase in the budget for this year, which we're going to go on and discuss. They know, if they bothered to tell their leader, that we've done work to reduce the number of social workers that are agency social workers, that we produced a social worker academy to support them, and we know that we're on an improvement journey. I stand up every council and tell you we're on an improvement journey, so that shouldn't be any surprise. So the adding of the words turnaround children's services is inappropriate. I think it's ignorant, but I also think it's insulting to the work being done by children's services.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Jeremy Hilton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm perplexed why the Conservatives administration would want to reject amendment number 9. It mentions just before that in the previous sentence, house prices are at an all-time high as supply remains low and demand high. You've already mentioned housing, and all it does is introduce it that employment land and land for housing is also part of a strategy. Market housing, affordable housing, infrastructure. The County Council is working closely with the 3 district councils in north of the county the Joint Core Strategy Review. They're part of it. They'll be consulted on it. Surely it would be good for those district councils to get some clarity from the leadership of this council that we need to have that housing. We need to have that affordable housing. We need to have the market housing. In the strategies we've talked about over the years, we've often talked about keeping young families working in Gloucestershire. Well, it's no good if they can't find somewhere to live. They'll go and move to another part of the country, and which is what they're doing. And in the Joint Core Strategy, it makes it quite clear that if you want to have economic growth, you've also got to make sure that the housing is there for the people that are going to be working in that community. So why are we ignoring it? It just seems like a petty rejection of a very sensible amendment. And no doubt what will happen is a mark at some point in the future will say that was a good point, we'll change our policy because we're not being proactive in supporting the district councils in their because that's what normally happens, because it denies something and all of a sudden you see 6 months later, oh, he listened eventually. So why don't you listen to now and accept this Labour amendment? Because it's a very sensible one. It is. Go on. Say sorry and say, I was wrong, I agree, and that put housing land in the corporate strategy, because we need it.
Personal explanation, because Councillor Hilton seems to be asking a specific point. Absolutely clear that housing is important, and it's absolutely clear that this is a corporate strategy for Gloucestershire County Council, which covers the preview of its responsibilities as a statutory organisation, one of which is not delivering housing. Now, if that changes, then absolutely I'll be coming back here, Jeremy, and saying, OK, let's have a view on housing. But as it currently stands, and whether I agree with that policy decision change in 2010 or not, we do not have any strategic housing authority responsibilities. I mean, crikey, imagine if we listed every single thing that anyone in this chamber had an interest in, just because they felt like throwing it into the corporate strategy. It would become the Encyclopedia Britannica before you know it. So let's stick to what we do and our corporate strategy and what we deliver.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Thank you, Leader. Have I seen any more speakers before I go back to Councillor Bloxham before we vote on the Labour amendments, please? No. Councillor Bloxham, do you need to come back?
Thank you. Yes. Well, thank you, Councillor Davis, for his comments. Obviously, we welcome the fact that huge efforts are being made, and we commend the staff for the efforts, and we recognise that there have been changes in leadership. Notwithstanding that, it is important to continue to focus on the importance of leadership. That has to be part of the strategy going forward, and we do think that that needs to be a reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. We'll now go to the vote again. All those in favour, please, of the Labour amendment, please show now.
Yes, 18.
Thank you, members. Those against, please. Yeah, I got him. Yeah, I got him this time. Thank you. And abstentions, please. Thank you very much, members. So the Labour motion is defeated on amendments. We now go back to the general debate. I'm mindful of time, and I'm mindful we've had a very, very good debate here. Are members quite happy to progress this at this stage? Because we've obviously got very important work to do later. So we're now on to the general debate. Normal debating rules apply, 3 minutes. So we are now debating the council strategy without the Liberal and Labour amendment. So
Straight away. Yep.
Straight to the vote. Is everybody happy with that?
Yeah.
Leader, do you wish to say anything before we go straight to the vote?
I don't want to encourage anyone else to speak, so no.
Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you for that, members and Leader. Now, can we go to the vote then, please, on the corporate strategy? All those in favour? All those against? And abstentions, please, members. Do you want half of lunch? 30 minutes.
So it's 27 for, 5 against, and 17 abstentions. That's right, isn't it? That makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, members. So the council strategy is passed. Mindful of the time now, it is just coming up to just past 5 to 1. Are we happy to reconvene at 13:30?
Chairman, can I suggest, in order to make sure that we continue to progress this meeting forward, that we do the opening speeches on the budget, and then obviously there is a recess which will allow people to have lunches. I think that would be sensible. So at least we're making progress, Mr. Chairman.
I can't disagree with that, Leader. So, yes. So, over to Pete again to explain the process.
Essentially a complete repeat, and I suspect it will take even longer. The only real difference is we have to have a recorded vote on the council's budget and the various votes that lead into that. So there will be a series of recorded votes. I'm assuming that the procedural rules already have happened, that we've suspended debate. Yes, Rob? So the introduction to this will be Councillor Stowe presenting the Conservative administration's budget.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Before I talk to our budget, I want to make members aware of a couple of updates. First, our general Section 31 grant was increased by 191,000 since the papers, and our public health grant increased by 322,000 also since papers were published. But I think we need to caveat this to say that we believe there are additional responsibilities being talked about within those papers, so hence that total figure of 513,000 goes into our base budget and will be subject to a revised recommendation, which we'll show later on in the session. Members, I also want to, for the record, refer you to the equality impact assessments as contained in today's papers. And also at this point to thank all members for your positive contributions and input through the scrutiny process today. The budget proposals in front of you, I believe, are the most positive for a generation. And they are based on the most positive settlement from government for a generation. The budget in front of you forms the basis for not only investing in our generation today, but also investing in building back better for tomorrow's generations. Our budget details a proposed revenue spend of £521 million. Now that is an increase of £38 million over last year, or 7.9%. Now to do that, we are asking our council taxpayers for an extra 1.99%, plus a further 1% ring fence for adult social care. It's the equivalent of asking for an extra £42 a year at Band D, or £3.50 a month. And it remains one of the lowest council taxes of any county council in this country. Now, for that extra £3.50 a month, we'll be delivering an extra £12 a month in services. thanks to the support for our public services from our Conservative government through central taxation. Now, on behalf, subject to the, following on from the debate we've just had, I want to be very clear about something. So on behalf of the administration, and to avoid any misunderstandings at all, looking after vulnerable people in this county is always going to be our top priority. This year's settlement from government enables us to do just that. An extra £14 million into children's services and an extra £9 million into adult social care and those living with disabilities. At last, we have greater recognition from central government that our priorities need to be their priorities too. We're also putting in £2 million into our fire and rescue service to ensure that our firefighters, often our local heroes, are equipped and trained to the highest standards. And a further £2.7 million extra into highways maintenance and fixing potholes, with Highways Local now firmly embedded in our base budget at £30 a year per member. Yeah, 30,000 a year per member. And we're putting in money to fund our community Speedwatch road safety projects. And an extra £500,000 a year into drainage. And a further £1 million extra into combating climate change and creating a greener Gloucestershire. But let me be very clear, that is not a standalone figure, because climate change remains embedded throughout the Council's working practices, our procurement and our spend. The climate emergency is at the heart of what we do. Let's turn to our capital spend. A further £100 million for our roads, to add to the previous £150 million. Now, Vernon and his team are making a real difference as today's generation travels across our county on better and safer roads. In the last 4 years, we have resurfaced Gloucestershire roads that would stretch from Shire Hall well past Inverness, and we're nearly at John O'Groats. Soon we will be on our way back. That's the extent of the work which we've already done. And whilst revenue funding for education is ring-fenced from central government, capital build and refurbishment of schools lies firmly with us. And we make no apology as an administration for pinching someone else's catchphrase. For us too, education, education, education. And could it be any less with 3 eminent former teachers in our cabinet? That's why our capital budget for new schools and refurbishment is now at a record high of £150 million. And climate change, again, very firmly is embedded in those build programmes. Again, it's about investing for future generations. And £20 million being invested in cycle routes across the county, including, of course, the 26-mile Bishop's Cleeve to Stroud route, forming a cycling spine for this county, linking, as it will, some of the key areas of employment and population. So schools, roads, cycle and walk routes, all part of an infrastructure pipeline in this county of £996 million. That's pretty close to £1 billion. It's unparalleled. And it's about building back better. Now, we've just debated and supported the new corporate strategy. And it rightly so highlights areas of ambition and aspiration. Well, here's the budget to help us deliver it. And it is clear from the consultation responses that we've received in Appendix 2 of today's papers that our residents are with us on this journey. 99% support our work in helping people to stay in their own homes. 99% support our investment of a further 100 million in roads resurfacing. 98% support the improved maintenance of roads, and 98% our work to protect the natural environment and work to limit the effect of climate change. And there are many more in the high 90s. So I believe, Chairman, there is widespread support for this budget. Finally, at this point, Chair, I would like to point out that our general reserve position is a modicum short of 22 million, and our CFO considers this to be at an appropriate level. It is therefore a pleasure, Chair, to be able to propose this budget, and the recommendations are set out before us today. A budget for Gloucestershire, a budget for this generation, and a budget for future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stoll. I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support and endorse this budget and the excellent speech given by my Deputy Leader and Member for Finance, Lyndon Stowe. I don't intend to say any more on this matter. I will reserve my right when I come back after the break to go through, I'm sure, the numerous amendments that we will have before us. But as Lyndon Stowe quite rightly said, this is a budget that delivers on the back of our election manifesto last year. It delivers on the back of the corporate strategy that we've just agreed, but ultimately it delivers for Gloucestershire and helps us build back better over the coming 12 months.
Okay, thank you. Just respect, please, members. Councillor Hawthorne, thank you very much. As before, I'm looking at Councillor Hodkinson, Councillor Bloxham and Councillor Cody to speak on this with their seconders and for the amendments. Thank you. Councillor Hodkinson.
Thank you very much. Okay, right, after a very fruitful, interesting debate on the corporate strategy, I'm very pleased to announce and introduce our specific budget amendments from the Lib Dems to this Conservative budget. Now, as I said before, this is not a budget that we would have started with. We see it as a Conservative manifesto, so we wouldn't be starting in this position. However, obviously that is your right as the majority party. Nonetheless, I'm very pleased to share with you today our fully funded amendments, which I think are appearing on the screen, which come under the following headings. So first of all, putting the focus back on protecting the public. Secondly, helping our struggling communities, burdened by the highest inflation rate that this country's seen for 30 years. And thirdly, doing more to protect the environment, which is absolutely essential with the climate emergency, unfortunately, in full cry at the moment, at the end of what will have been one of the warmest winters in our history. So let's go through those points. So first of all, protecting the public. This is what we're bidding for. First of all, £450,000 to fund shovel-ready 20-mile-per-hour schemes. Road safety, as we heard earlier in the debates, is such a hot topic for our communities and who we represent. So these are schemes which have been identified by the transport team as schemes which are ready to roll out in the next financial year. But there's no money to back them up. That's the problem. And with the Cabinet member responsible for this confirming earlier this year that he would not seek a bid to the MTFS until next year, once the road safety partnership is concluded, we think that residents expect some of these things to roll out now, not later. And so we're proposing to fund this, in part, from scrapping some of the cosmetic aspects of the council chamber refurbishment, which we believe is a vanity project, and we would fund it from the council tax and business rates uplift. Secondly, on protecting the public, we want £100,000 to go into a traffic regulation order reserve. Now, too often, I think we've seen excellent road safety proposals that are put on the shelf because of the incredibly costly TRO system. And these often wipe out a huge proportion of our highways locals' individual budgets. Plus, we're being told very sadly that the TRO team won't look at anything at all now for a full year. Nothing at all, because of the issues to do with that team. Now, I've got schemes waiting for 3 years and counting with zero progress. Towns and villages waiting. And we're not happy for this. So we are basically calling for this fund, specifically for road safety measures. We're also proposing that this will be fully funded from excess general reserves and a small proportion of council tax and business rates uplift. So thirdly, on protecting the public, we are calling for £40,000 to retain an agency staff member who is currently working in the training standards team while other officers are in training. So now we all know that training standards team, again, I repeat myself, has been decimated. It's been cut by more than 55% since 2010. Yet this one-off payment actually relates to succession planning, because with a significant proportion of the workforce soon to retire, there's an opportunity to train more of our own. And while that's ongoing, this service needs to retain an agency officer to support day-to-day activities. And we all know how much trading standards is so important to keep the public safe from fraudulent activities. And all of this will be funded from council tax and business rates growth. Secondly, let's look at how we want to help our communities recover from the recent years of the pandemic. Now, the Liberal Democrats have worked hard to highlight the pockets of deprivation in our county. Sometimes they're very hidden, but they're there. And that results in the Levelling Up Conference, which we hope to hear more details about shortly. And I commend my colleague, Councillor David Willingham, for putting this forward in the first place. But this will only be successful if there is suitable funding, and suitable funding to support the outcomes of this conference. And that's why we're proposing our £120,000 reserve to go towards the 12 most deprived communities in our county. Now, whilst that isn't enough in total, I hope that that contribution can be significant and will be the foundation for building up in these areas. And this is proposed to be funded from the leftover Growing Our Communities money, which was due to be absorbed back into the general pot, and from council tax and business rates uplift. Now, more than this, we're also looking to help our residents during the cost of living crisis. It really is hurting people badly, all of us. I'm sure we've seen our bills rocket in the last couple of months. I certainly have myself. And we want to help residents by scrapping the resident parking permit increase. Now, inflation is at 6%. It's projected to go to 7.5%. And you have to go back to 1992 to find inflation higher. In fact, and people will know that I love music and I've got my own radio show, etc. I went back and I looked back at what the #1 single was 30 years ago today. And it was Deeply Dippy by Right Said Fred. That was the not a classic. Could be, yes. Now, so Deeply Dippy, how appropriate is Deeply Dippy for our embarrassing national leader, who is overseeing the current debacle of the highest inflation for 30 years. And at a cost of £33,000 from the council tax, this is a burden we don't want to impose on residents. We want to take it away. And finally, doing more from protect the environment. We all know that electric vehicles are going to be a key cog in reducing our emissions. And, of course, we include in that the ambition to cut Gloucestershire's emissions by 80% by 2030. Now, the council's strategy of installing 1,000 EV chargers in the next 4 years is laudable, absolutely. but it will miss out on significant areas of potential demand. And I think, therefore, there is a huge potential demand, especially being missed in our rural areas. I'll give you an example, because between Cirencester and Bourton-on-the-Water, a 20-mile trip, there is not a single charger between those two places along that main road. That can't be right, and it's the same in other rural areas too. And that's why we're bidding for 88,000 in funding for a reserve that parish and town councils can dip into to match fund to help them install EV chargers. Good for the environment, good for progress. So I'm really pleased, in summary, to share these changes with you today. I hope you agree that they're fully funded, they're well considered, but crucially, they will make a real difference to the lives of residents in protecting the public, in tackling the cost of living crisis, and very importantly, in protecting the environment. Please support these amendments today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hodkinson. Seconder, please, from the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Colin A.
Yep, it is indeed. Thank you for that, and I just want to thank Paul for really introducing everything and putting our budget here today. I think what we're trying to achieve is how can we make an impact on some of the things which are generally well received in the council. You know, they're in part of our strategy. How can we make a difference on those straight away and this year, and actually impact on the lives of our residents now? And that's why there's the difference. That's why we're pulling forward the money for things like the 20 mile an hour speed limits and schemes. And we know that there's a desire to have those introduced. The Conservatives have said so. What we want to do is say, actually, there's schemes ready now. Why not go ahead and do it? And that's why that's there as the first one. The TRO reserve. We know that there are difficulties getting TROs actually established. And some of these safety schemes can't take place because of that queue of TROs. So we're putting some more money in that to release that, making safer streets more quickly. And this reserve is designed for road safety measures rather than any other measures that come under the TRO. Actually, a few people have said trading standards have been decimated. I wish. It hasn't been cut by 10%, which is decimated. It's been cut by half, which is even worse, or 60%, I think Jeremy mentioned. And what this is about is actually keeping that member of staff on so that we don't have a gap. The people that are being trained up apparently can't do the enforcement that's needed, whereas this member of staff can. So it's about filling that gap for the time being, so we don't lose out on some of the enforcement that we might want to do. And actually, I hope in the debate we will learn when this Levelling Up conference is going to happen. And we're trying to put some money to back that up, back up those decisions. Please, will somebody from over that side say when this is going to happen by? Because if it's part of the corporate strategy, as we know it might be, we might have to wait 4 years for it, which will be no good at all. So come on, tell us when it's going to happen. The motion was accepted months ago, and yet we don't see anything. So this was a budget contribution that after that we will have some money to put where it's needed. And the EV chargers, Paul has quite eloquently put the reasons for that. I'll make one comment. Actually, Lyndon was really proud that this county has, one of the lowest tax council taxes in the country. What that means is this council is underfunded to an extent which we can't actually deliver some of the services we would want to, and that puts us in a more difficult position, and that is because of previous decisions by the Conservative administrations over the years to actually not fund properly the services that people in Gloucestershire really should expect. And just finally, in the last 50-odd seconds, I just want to thank the officers who've given us the support that they have in trying to, when we've been working up our budget proposals. We've made it difficult for them. They've been very patient and we've come up with these proposals, which are fairly modest. They're modest because for every £1,000 that this council spends, our proposals amount to 73.5 pence on that total budget. So it's easy enough to accept, and it's fully funded. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Councillor John Bloxham.
Thank you, Chair. We've presented 3 budget amendments. One, adding to the budget for bus subsidies, particularly targeting transport needs in market towns and rural communities. Additional resilience funding for service stabilisation within children's services, focused on rewarding and retaining the existing workforce. And third item was a climate emergency jury to work alongside, on a cross-generational basis, the youth climate group, which is also being set up. And we are disappointed that those amendments have not been accepted. With regard to children's services, it was interesting in the earlier debate to think about how much money we would be saving in the numbers of children in care and the number of out of area placements if we put more money into prevention through things like children's services, through the youth services have been outlined, the way in which those things were devastated has been a real detriment and has led to higher costs down the road. Our budget amendment regarding children's services acknowledges that the proposals from the administration do fund more posts, new people coming in, and they do pay a greater hourly rate for agency workers. However, what we also need to do is to show faith and reward and retain the people we have within the workforce. We need to take on the agencies, tackle the turnover problem, where I'm told indeed whole teams or large chunks of teams are going over to agency. So we've got to drive that down. The numbers have come down. They bobbed back up again on the latest stats. So we need a package of funding in order to say thank you to those staff and to retain our employees, not just pay agency workers more money, but retain the people we've got in-house, persuade people to be on the books and to stay on the books. The other amendment that I'd like to address is about bus services. We need to recognise that our bus services are in a terrible state. Since last August in particular, there's been this perfect storm. Drivers off sick due to COVID, passenger numbers down, drivers leaving for alternative jobs, and inadequately prepared timetable changes, and locally some very poor labour relations. And we would pay tribute to the workers of drivers throughout the pandemic, and we'd also express our solidarity with those who are in dispute with Stagecoach at the current time. What's happening is passengers are being left stranded, children using scheduled services to get to and from school are being abandoned, as we've heard earlier, workers are unable to get to their jobs, women are marooned when their last bus is cancelled with no advance warning except for the few passengers who use Twitter. And on top of this, COVID recovery grants that have been paid to operators are about to come to an end in April. So we would say that additional resource needs to be put in here. We are sceptical that we should be putting all our eggs in the basket of the bus service improvement plan. The outcome of that is uncertain. The message from operators is that there is a critical crisis coming because COVID recovery grants are coming to an end and it's reported that operators believe that a third of bus services could be cut within weeks without urgent government funding. So there are fears that some of those services could be lost forever. So far, the money that's been allocated through the national strategy has been allocated to metros and some of the large cities. Our own strategy strongly emphasises connectivity between the larger urban centres within the county. And what our budget amendment seeks to do is to propose that in this period of crisis and uncertainty, we have a one-off provision to help the transition to new arrangements, with funding targeted in particular at services for towns and rural communities, where deprived neighbourhoods and isolated communities do exist. As more high-income households come in escaping to the country, as is promoted on television, we see our house prices rising, and we see the need for more support for those who are in isolation and deprivation. We've been getting a bus service operator grant of just under £500,000. On top of that, for an 18-month period, we got approximately £1 million to pass on to bus operators, which was in the COVID bus service support grant. That's been coming. Now, that stopped in September, and we've got this grant, short-term grant, called the Local Transport Authority Bus Recovery Grant, £163,000. That stops on the 5th of April. That's only a few weeks away. As operators see that other business support is wound down, and as business costs rise, and as the tax base becomes more burdensome with the national insurance rise, amongst other things, then businesses need more support. We know that bus subsidy costs are going to rise next year, and the Cabinet member referred to that earlier on. We could, of course, recourse to managing the impact as overspends, but that leaves much uncertainty. So we would ask the administration, what assurances can there be that monies will be found in year, if that's required, to meet these cost pressures? Can we be confident that, as a minimum, we will retain the services that we have now? What will happen if the bus service improvement plan doesn't prove to be the cavalry coming over the hill to salvage things? We would say, in order to better defend our bus services from what is coming, we need to provide as much support as we can, and therefore we would urge all parties to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Can I see a seconder, please? Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, for talking through our amendments, which I think are quite targeted and quite sensible. And I think you've said most of what needs to be said on them. I just want to make a few additional points about the bus services, because I think that really is an important one to stress. I think, with the exception of hearing about the launch of the 2 pilot demand responsive services that we are going to be starting in 2022 in the Forest of Dean and the North Cotswolds, there's precious little in the budget that addresses the transport needs of the smaller market towns and the rural areas. Our proposed amendment is small. It's suggesting £300,000 to support subsidised routes that are otherwise neglected in the budget. This could be used, for example, to address the situation at Camden-Dursley Railway Station, which was designed to be years ago as a park and ride with bus service to the station, so people from those communities could get to their work or their leisure activities without having to drive. That station is now completely cut off from bus services in the 2 communities it was designed to serve. I've got a rural community in Coley. They get 1 bus a day. This is the kind of thing that could be addressed by this type of subsidy. And certainly what we heard so eloquently this morning when the member of the public came and talked about what happened when Stagecoach cut a commercial service and how her community is now left without a viable bus service. This is the kind of thing that could be addressed by some targeted subsidies bus service routes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Cody.
Thank you, Chair. We did have 3 amendments, but we've withdrawn one. I don't know if you're going to show them on the screen. Okay. We're pleased that this budget starts to reflect a greener Gloucestershire, and both of our budget amendment proposals seek to enhance this vision and that of living today whilst considerate of future generations and the natural environment. In accordance with the Council's strategy and vision, particularly within the section addressing climate change, our first amendment befits point 8, nature on your doorstep, to work with partners, so that Gloucestershire supports the achievement of UK biodiversity targets and increases public participation in conservation activities. Our call is for a county-wide biodiversity management officer to identify opportunities on GCC land and on other public estate. The year-long role is to establish biodiversity projects across the county, liaising with the Gloucestershire Local Nature Partnership, the Climate Leadership Group and the Farming and Wildlife Advisory Group, which helps farmers understand the environmental value of their land and makes the most of agri-environment options. The role will link and provide offsetting opportunities for the new Gloucestershire Climate and Nature Fund, keeping and bringing more investment into the county and ensuring the council meets its new duties under the Environment Act regarding the protection and promotion of nature. The nature and climate emergencies are inextricably linked, and biodiversity gains improve the quality of services. Nature is an asset and supports our well-being together with our economy. Most importantly, natural solutions can mitigate climate change at scale. The more biodiverse our county, the more resilient it will be. Also responding to climate change, our second amendment is to establish a pilot tip shop reuse outlet at one of the county's household recycling centres. This would make the most efficient use of resources and to help reduce carbon emissions. Section 9 of the Council's strategy seeks to address less waste and more recycling, working with local communities and partners to limit waste and increase recycling rates. And this fits exactly with what we are proposing. So expanding on small reuse shops where there's a quick turnaround of items too good to be thrown away, which are instead sold on. The scheme could also potentially cover a wide range of repurposing projects, repairs, and the salvaging of decent raw materials, reuse being the preferred option to immediate recycling. Examples may include a bicycle that's brought in good condition, apart from a missing pedal or saddle, or offcuts of timber or other unwanted DIY-related goods. The waste would then be transformed into items of furniture, art and DIY projects, as well as offering an affordable repair service, training, employment and volunteer opportunities for skilled, unskilled, retired and or unemployed locals. The project would have a huge positive impact socially, environmentally and culturally, having turning refuse into hope and other useful things. A workshop would be run where machinery, tools and creative processes could be taught, focusing on building confidence, instilling pride and encouraging participants. Kickstarter projects and social prescribing could play a role in an effort to ease stress on the local NHS and reduce the need for pharmaceutical solutions in tackling minor mental health issues. Additionally, local primary schools could visit to educate and inspire the next generation. There is a wealth of great examples set up in other areas showing how these models work successfully, with many being financially independent, employing people and generating enough income to donate some profits to charity or indeed extend the idea to other household recycling centres. Convenience would benefit those who've had a spring cleaner and are perhaps short on time, preferring to bring all their unwanted items to one place, or for those confused by what can go where and which places will accept certain things. I'm sure that all councillors will join us in being keen to help ensure that items are reclaimed, reused or repurposed wherever possible, with landfill or incineration as the very last option. This circular economy project is a win-win for residents, the environment and our economy, and we very much hope that both amendments will be welcomed. Thank you.
Councillor Cody, thank you very much. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Chloe Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as Councillor Cody said, we recognise that the existing budget has a number of positive initiatives that will contribute to the Council's aim to get to net zero by 2045. And we really just, in these amendments, are seeking to build on and further progress in that ambition. This month, the carbon in the atmosphere was measured at 419 parts per million. That's up from 416 1 year ago. When I was born in 1975, it was 331. So just in my lifetime, it's increased by nearly 26%. So we need urgency in our response to the climate emergency, and these amendments are designed to be a small part in that. Looking at the tip shop for a moment, and I'm conscious I'm between you and lunch, so I'll keep it snappy. This is really about helping our residents to do their part in lowering their emissions, passing things on rather than throwing them away, enabling them to avoid buying new if they wish to, joining the circular economy and keeping materials in circulation rather than going into landfill or incineration. It also will contribute to lowering our waste transfer costs as a council and contribute to lower waste targets that we already have in place. But there are those co-benefits, and we see the examples around the country of self-sustaining and productive projects which create jobs, apprentice opportunities. They have repair cafes, men's sheds, all sorts of mental health initiatives that will contribute to a more resilient Gloucestershire. So I'll say no more on that one except to commend it to you. The other amendment, the Project Officer for Biodiversity, this is a response to the ecological emergency, equally pressing. As you're probably aware, the UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. We're at the bottom of the list of the G7 nations, and globally, we're in the lowest 10%. And that has implications for every aspect of our well-being. Apart from anything else, nature is at the bottom of all of our supply chains, and we've seen through COVID how tough things get when our supply chains get disrupted. So as Councillor Cody said, this Project Officer role is a response to our new responsibilities under the Environment Act, not just to protect nature, but also to promote it. We're very fortunate over the next 12 months to have among our councillors both the chair in Councillor David Gray and the vice chair in Councillor Chris McFarling of the newly formed Climate Leadership Gloucestershire Group. This is a chance to show real leadership on biodiversity, the first topic on which that group convened. It will also provide support to the local nature partnership and G1st LEP as they develop the Gloucestershire Nature and Climate Fund. This promises great investment in our county as businesses look for opportunities to satisfy their own biodiversity obligations. Both of these amendments respond to a pressing need in a way that we think aligns with the Council's wider strategy. So I hope you'll be able to support them. Thank you.
Councillor Turner, thank you very much. Members, am I fair in saying that, bearing in mind we've got lunch and a leaders' debate, that 2:15 would be sufficient to reconvene? Everybody happy?
Chair, can I just say, for those that you don't know, lunch is down in the corridor. And can you just be careful with the cables on the floor because they are taped down and we don't want people falling. That's the best we can do. So thank you. Coffees and teas are free, by the way.
increase for all households for 1 year. That has been agreed, and that will come from NNDR. The next one from the Liberal Democrats is additional funding for EV charging points targeting at rural communities of 88,000. I think I've already sent an email to the Lib Dem group just to outline what I've said, and that is that we don't believe that the issue they've identified is an issue that can't be overcome, that there will be funding available for rural communities, and we are very supportive of parish councils coming up with their own ideas. If it does come to the point where actually there is an issue, we will look to bring forward funding later on before year end to address that. But at the moment, we don't believe that is the case. But I think the Lib Dems are keeping that one on the table. Moving on to the Greens. The first one on my list, which shouldn't be on there anymore, is withdrawn. So I'm moving on to the next one, which is Resource for County-wide Biodiversity Management Officer. That is agreed. The next one is the pilot tip shop reuse outlets at one of our HRCs. £90,000 on the table there. And in a first, we're increasing that to 120,000, and that will come from NNDR. So that is agreed, and I think accepted as a revision to what was originally tabled. Moving on to the Labour Party ones. So the £220,000 additional funding for children's social care services is rejected. Within our budget, we've got £14 million of additional investment into children's services, and clearly in previous years, because children's services is demand-led services, if there is additional need beyond that budget, that has been funded as an overspend. And on the basis of that one, I think that has been withdrawn. The bus service one, again, we believe that we should wait for the outcome of our bid for the Bus Back Better fund into local national government. And clearly, if there is an issue around buses, and I think Phil made mention to this in one of the answers he gave earlier on, there's a huge amount of inflation in buses, then clearly we'll have to look to additional funds to cover that inflationary cost. But on the basis of what's on the table this afternoon, we have rejected that one, and the Labour Party have left that on the table. And the final one, which is the climate emergency jury, one-off 25k, is not something that the Conservative group feels it can support. So we have rejected that one, and I believe that one has been withdrawn. That is, unless there's anyone going to correct me, the outcome of the conversations that we've just had. And as Pete rightly said, that means there are 3 left on the table, 2 Lib Dem ones, which is the trading standards one, and the additional funding for EV charging points, and 1 Labour one, which is the bus services, £300,000. But all others have either been amended, agreed, or withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. So, as before, we'll go now to the Liberal Democrat Leader, Councillor Hodkinson, who will present the amendment, seconded by Colin A. And then we'll do the same with Councillor Bloxham, with Councillor Wendy Thomas. So, and we'll vote as soon as Paul's spoke. And the Liberals have we've debated that. We'll vote on that amendment, and it will be a recorded vote as per the budget process. Thank you, Councillor Hodkinson.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm very grateful to the other group leaders for a lot of cooperative working on this. So that's really good to see. But as you've said, as the council leader has said, there are a couple of unsupported amendments from our group that I want to continue to push forward, because we still believe that these are very important. And just to remind you, they are, first of all, creating a reserve for EV chargers in rural locations that parish and town councils could bid into for match funding. And secondly, our proposal to retain the agency worker in trading standards. So let's go through those 2 points. First of all, the EV chargers. So this is a reserve for extra EV chargers in rural locations. And this is something that the reserve could be available to rural councils, parish councils, town councils, or communities. They can bid on that, and that would fill a massive gap in this authority's EV charging strategy. Now, all of those charges, all charges that will be installed of the 1,000 currently in the EV strategy will only go ahead if the government says that it fills a demand from residents nearby. But of course, there are a lot of scenarios where this won't be the case, but where EV charges would still have a real impact on communities. And I think it's particularly pertinent to rural communities. There are many of us in this room who represent very dispersed populations, huge divisions where people are miles from each other. And therefore, it is really crucial that they have the same kind of infrastructure available to them that people in urban areas will too. Now, I mean, I have heard the council leader saying that, to quote him, we are supportive. However, I've asked a number of questions of the cabinet member responsible for this and of the officers responsible. I've given them some specific examples of communities that want something. For instance, Chedworth, between Northleach and Cirencester, excuse me, and I was told a flat no. So, you know, the words are good, but I need to see some sort of action behind those words. And then secondly, our second amendment is about trading standards. So this is about pursuing a grant to retain the agency worker in that team while other junior members are being trained. I think anyone who's dealt with trading standards will know just how stretched they are. You know, it is absolutely admirable, the work that they're still doing despite all that, but it does leave a shortfall in staffing while this training is in place. And I think to refuse this one-off grant does place our communities, therefore, at risk of road traders. So I do hope that these decisions can be reversed, but I finally want to just touch briefly on the rejection of the fund for outcomes from the Levelling Up Conference. Now, I understand that some money is going to be available. I understand things might be coming up, but we do need a public declaration of what's coming up. We need more information. We hear that the conference might be coming up soon, but when exactly? How will it operate? How will that agenda help our most deprived communities in Gloucestershire? That's what we need to know. So, two things are on the table: more EV charges, better support for trading standards. Please support those two amendments. Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson, thank you very much again. Councillor Collinay, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Councillor Hill.
I just wanted to speak in support of the amendment to the budget on the Trading Standards Service. I've done quite a bit of investigation into the health of trading standards and had a chat with the senior manager there. And there's a real problem with the number of staff they've got. As I said, at the moment it's about 18. But over the next 4 years, 44% of those members of staff will be retiring. And there's been a real difficulty in recruiting new members of staff, which is why the Trading Standards Service has gone to grow your own by bringing in 3 trainees. But that really isn't enough at the moment. And the purpose of maintaining the agency worker, which was took on during the COVID crisis when some of the work wasn't needed and there was some surplus money, was to continue with that so that we've got that cover until these members of staff are trained. If I understand, the enforcement on some of them won't be available until they won't be allowed until passing their exams sometime in the summer. So it's really useful that we carry on doing that, and this is not an amendment that's introducing something. It's about retaining something until we're ready to say the person can go, though I would say to you that they probably ought to carry on because we've still not got enough staff. Interesting statistics: of the 9,500 inquiries in the 12-month period, Chair, 1,500 of them were tasked to officers, just 16%. Now, I can imagine some of those inquiries do not need further investigation, but I imagine there's quite a lot of investigations where the capacity of the Trading Standards Service is so lean now there isn't the capacity within the officers. I mean, we've got some very good staff, but they can only do so much. Everybody can only do so much. And I just think it's time that this council started to consider the Trading Standards Service. Like I said, since 2005, when I was the the Cabinet member, the budget has been cut in real terms by 68%. That is a substantial sum of money. That's greater than many other departments. The Fire and Rescue Service, which Dave Norman is pumping money into, even though it's still less than what I was approving as the Cabinet member, and I remember working with Dave Norman because he was an officer at the time, has been cut by 34% when we get back to the investments that's going in this year. So you can see the difference, Chair. It's one of these small services that everybody ignores, doesn't know what's going on, and then all of a sudden you find it's not coping with the demands
15
on it.
seconds.
Yeah. So I would suggest that we actually look at doing this. And if Mark Hawthorne can't agree to the budget amendment, I think I would appreciate if he could come back to me and say that we're going to keep on this agency staff somehow for the next 12 months.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Dave Norman.
Thank you, Chairman. And it's always good to follow Jeremy in any debate around community safety, anything in respect to the Fire and Rescue Service, and clearly trading standards. And I understand Jeremy made one visit to the trading standards team quite recently and had a discussion with the manager of the team and also with the principal officer responsible. Just for members' attention, I have bi-monthly meetings with the trading standards team. We have three standard agenda items that we discuss. One is always budgets, two is always staffing, and three is future work that that team will undertake. When I asked the manager of trading standards, do you need any extra money over the last 2 years, her reply to me was, Dave, it's very difficult to try and ask for more money when I've underspent in the last 2 years. Secondly, when we look at the issues around staffing, she quite rightly has raised with me that there are a number of staff coming to retirement. So it's around succession planning. The leader has already made a commitment in respect to the agency work that's going on. I will ensure that that actually happens and goes forward. But more than that, because I know senior staff are leading, because I fought the fight for the Fire and Rescue Service and got its budget back, I will fight the fight for trading standards if it's appropriate and get a medium-term financial strategy put in that meets the needs of that team and the people of Gloucestershire. I don't need you, Councillor Hilton, to tell me. I can do it. Thank you.
I'm glad I stirred him up, Chair. He now understands that something needs to be done.
What a stupid statement.
Yes, respect please, gents. Councillor David Gray.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment on the electric, more funding for electric charging points, I think is well intentioned. I just think that it's actually unnecessary. Councillor Hodgson talks about there being a massive gap. I don't think there is a massive gap. I am absolutely certain that rural areas will get electric charging points. We're well aware of the fact that 30% of all CO2 emissions from transport, and transport is one of the biggest sources of CO2 emissions. A third of all of those emissions come from transport, and a big part of that actually comes from rural areas because it's on longer journeys where people don't have choices about public transport available to them so easily that you get a lot of those CO2 emissions. So this council is actively looking at rural locations as part of the rollout of our existing and well-funded scheme. We will learn as we go along. We are absolutely open to listening to parish councils, borough councils, whoever wants to talk to us about the need for charging points, and we will respond accordingly. And I think it's important to note that in terms of that idea that government funding is only available for large towns, that's just not true. We have the Energy Savings Trust, who work with OZEV on awarding the grants, have told us that on a site-by-site basis, rural high streets are absolutely likely to be appropriate places for us to install electric charging points. I would also point out that we're just about to award the contract for starting to install electric charging points. We are also recruiting a programme manager who's going to be dedicated to this process of installing our charging points. I think we have a well-funded charging infrastructure project, and we will learn. So it may be that I am wrong and that we don't have sufficient funding and that there would be a need for additional funding. That may be the case, but so far it's unproven. It's certainly the case that we are going to take direct positive action in the immediate future. We will learn as we go along where are the best places, which ones have the highest use, which ones deliver the biggest reduction in CO2 for us, because that's the bottom line. This is not about designing beautiful things to go onto streets. It's about the CO2 impact. That's what we need to focus on, and we will learn as we go along, and I'm confident that we have the funding appropriate to do what we need to do at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Any more speakers before we go to Councillor Colin Hay as seconder, please? Not seeing anyone? No. Councillor Hay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hay. Very late show of hands there from Councillor Roger Wyburn.
Yeah. Apologies for it being very late, but just on this question of the rural supply for EV chargers. I mean, I have been informed and in an official meeting by a director of CBC that the initial rollout will be in Cheltenham and in Gloucester City. So there'll be nothing in rural areas as part of the initial rollout, and that will only get dealt with later. So there may well be a good case for doing something about rural areas that they can bid into in the meantime. Thank you, Chair.
Leader.
Yeah, I wasn't going to come in, but just a point of clarification there. Well, I'm using my time to participate in this speech. Roger, did you say a CBC officer? Because I think some members may have translated, you talked to a county council officer and got that information, but you said Cheltenham Borough Council officer.
Yes, I was informed by Cheltenham Borough Council.
Well, excellent, because that helps me clarify that, you know, the people to talk to are Gloucestershire County Council officers who are actually delivering this scheme. And maybe you want to be talking to Cheltenham Borough Council officers about what they're doing in Cheltenham to deliver EV charging points on the many, many off-street parking spaces that you have.
Clarification, yes, we are.
Thank you both. Useful clarification from the leader as well. So, Councillor Colin Hay.
Chair, again, it follows on from the same point, really. I think if there is clearly a difference of opinion about whether we can roll out some of these EV charging points in some of the rural areas where we may get, where we're looking for half funding for locally and half from the county council, it would appear that a lot depends on what government is thinking, and there could be areas which fall between the gaps. So, it would be nice if we had a clear commitment that actually if there was a need somewhere, it would be funded. We're putting money in this year for that, because the sooner those EV charging points are in, the sooner people may choose to change their mode of transport to an electric vehicle. So it does seem to me that there is a difference here, and that's why we're pushing the point. It would be useful in the near future, maybe at a cabinet meeting, for that to be clarified, if our amendment doesn't go through.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. And Councillor Hodkinson, would you like to sum up, please?
Just a quick summary. Yes, thank you very much for the various interventions. Just a couple of points to make. I think, you know, in terms of EV charging, we made the point that it's tied to residential demand. That's what we actually said. What I heard was a twisting of those words. And secondly, I am not reassured at all by the suggestion by the relevant cabinet member, to quote him, "I'm confident rural areas will get more EV chargers." But, you know, having heard the pledge of 35 million trees, which you ditched and then had to resurrect after we put pressure on you, I'm just not confident. I've asked you questions about it and, you know, it's flannel. So until I see where is the beef, we want to see EV chargers rolled out in rural areas and urban areas. So let's see whether that happens. And secondly, in terms of Councillor Hilton's interjection on trading standards. Again, we need to see that that's going to happen. We need to see that the things you've said will happen. The only way you're going to make it happen, though, is supporting our amendments. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodkinson. And now we're into the recorded vote. So, Simon, am I handing over to yourself or to Pete on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the normal process, I'll read out each of your names alphabetically. Can you clearly say for, against or abstain? And we're voting on the Lib Dem amendments. Carol Alloway-Martin.
Against.
Against. Phil Orford.
Against.
Against. Matt Babbage.
Against.
Against. Paul Baker. For. John Bloxham. For. David Brown.
For.
Alistair Chambers.
Against.
Against. Kate Cody.
Abstain.
Abstain. Linda Cohen.
For.
Stephen Davis.
Against.
Against. David Drew. For. Ben Evans. For. Stephen Fifield.
Against.
Against. Andrew Gravels. Against. David Gray. Against. Terry Hale. Against. Rebecca Halifax. For. Tim Harmon. Against. Mark Hawthorne. Against. Colin Hay. Alex Hegenbarth. For. Jeremy Hilton. For. Stephen Hurst.
Against.
Paul Hodgkinson.
For.
Nick Housden.
Against.
Becky Hoyland. Abstain. Mark Mackenzie Charrington. Against. Chris McFarlane. Abstain. Andrew Miller. Against. Graham Morgan. For. Dominic Morris.
Against.
Jill Mosley. For. Emma Nelson. Against. Dave Norman. Against. Alan Priest. Against. Philip Robinson. Against. Steve Robinson. For. Vernon Smith. Against. Lisa Spivey. For. Lyndon Stowe. Against. Wendy Thomas. For. Brian Tipper. Against. Pam Tracy. Is Pam still? She's gone. Okay, she was sat over there. Chloe Turner.
Abstain.
Robert Vines gone. Roger Wyborn. For. Kathy Williams. Against. Suzanne Williams.
For.
We got the right one. So that was, it was Suzanne, yeah. And Susan Williams. Against. So the results of the vote are 18 for, 25 against, and 4 abstentions. Okay?
Thank you, Simon, and thank you, members. We now move on to the Labour amendment and over again to Councillor John Bloxham.
Thank you. We did discuss this earlier on, so hopefully I can be fairly brief. We welcome the commitment that was made to have a look at additional funding when the leader fed back on our earlier discussions. However, he did refer to the need to do that on account of inflation pressures. What we actually need to do is to plug the gaps that are in the network, in particular in our towns and villages. Most services in Gloucestershire, the overwhelming majority, are commercial services, and we know that these are under threat because of the crisis facing bus operators. If you compare our county to other counties, we have a far lower proportion of subsidised services than many other comparable rural counties do. So what we need to do is to step into this market. We don't know what's going to happen as a result of the BSIP yet, the Bus Service Improvement Plan. That is an uncertain process. We know that we've had over £1 million in short-term, time-limited COVID-related grants for bus operators. That money is coming to an end in a matter of weeks. It was said earlier on, we're going to need to spend more. Lots of services are going to be subject to retendering. We know that pressure is coming on. So what we're saying is let's acknowledge that now. Let's put this additional sum into the budget. People using bus services need our help. There's huge pressure on the service, and there's a real concern that this is going to be lost forever. So I would urge people to support this amendment, to recognise the reality, which is we are going to end up putting more money into this. So let's just say that and make provision for it. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham, thank you very much. Councillor Thomas, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll speak now. Thank you. We recognise that the 2022-23 budget includes provision for an extra £100 million for our roads, which is desperately needed, alongside additional funding for drainage works and highways maintenance. We know that the budget supports a range of cycle routes, which will benefit from over £20 million investment. We're pleased to see a further £1 million going towards tackling climate change. And we note that the budget says that we will deliver the Gloucestershire Bus Service Improvement Plan in partnership with bus operators to increase bus use and support levelling up across the county, and that we will deliver major active travel schemes and major transport projects such as the M5 Junction 10. We also acknowledge the significant planned investment in the Arl Court Transport Hub to the tune of £20 million, plans for investigating mass transit, and a proposal to spend £2.6 million on infrastructure to give buses priority at junctions, presumably in urban centres. However, as noted before, and it can't be stated enough, the Bus Service Improvement Plan is awaiting government funding announcements, and it is still unclear how much funding we're going to get. Local authorities around the country are going to lose their COVID-19 bus subsidies. And as mentioned earlier, with the exception of 2 pilot schemes on demand-responsive transport, there's precious little in the budget that really reflects the needs of the small market towns and of our rural areas. This very small amount of money that we are proposing, it's £300,000, would make a huge difference to our rural and small town communities. It would help expand access to employment, widen leisure opportunities for residents, reduce isolation for the elderly. It would help to mitigate the impact of climate change, would reduce road wear and traffic. It will help us ensure that as we come out of the pandemic and public transport use continues to rise back to previous levels, that we're able to support residents who are resuming commuting to work or school outside of our larger urban areas. I encourage you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Phil Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just taking up Councillor Thomas's point just now about this huge, about this £300,000 making a huge amount of difference. £300,000 at best would subsidise 2 rural routes, and more likely it would just cover 1 route. This Labour amendment doesn't even begin to comprehend the amount of subsidy that this county council already provides for public and community transport. Just under £10 million per year, and still less does it comprehend the amount of money in our bid through the Bus Service Improvement Plan. £40 million. Now, it may well be that we don't get that full amount, but the fact that we're in that area, we're talking about that amount of money, shows how the government is changing the situation in relation to bus services. And with regard to COVID support, the County Council, and this is thanks to the largesse of a Conservative government, the County Council has administered £450,000 of DFT COVID revenue support grants this financial year, in addition to £900,000 administered in 21-22. We've been paying that directly to operators to ensure services have continued despite passenger revenue still being approximately 30% down on pre-pandemic levels. At the height of the pandemic, the revenue was approximately 90% lower than usual, and GCC maintained the operator payments for the concessionary bus payments, the concessionary bus pass scheme, at 90 to 100% of pre-pandemic levels, and the purpose of that was to ensure that the drop in bus service passenger numbers did not lead to widespread loss of services, and we have succeeded in that. And it's by no means a foregone conclusion that the DFT COVID support grant is going to disappear. Representations have been made to the Chancellor of the Exchequer with a view to an extension of that COVID revenue support grant, and indeed I myself will be writing to the Chancellor later this week for that very thing. In addition, we've maintained payments for home-to-school transport.
20 seconds, Councillor Robinson.
90% when they were not operating due to COVID. And I'll just come at the end then to the bus service improvement plan. £40 million. Let's just remember what a huge amount of money that is. It shows that this government is committed to changing the landscape when it comes to bus services across the country. And that's why we should reject this amendment, because it's insignificant in relation to that amount of money, and that's about our ambition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Roger Wyburn.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's worth sort of saying how we've got to where we are, because I completely understand why the Cabinet member and indeed the whole administration wants to wait for the bus service improvement plan and for the hope of £40 million. We don't know whether that's going to be what we're going to get, but that could be some while off, some months off, before we even really know. And there are needs in the meantime, and Councillor Thomas is absolutely right to describe it as she has. So, helping with those needs in the meantime is really important. But why? And I'll tell you where I think we are and how we've got there, because I think it's relevant to the situation that the Conservative government of the 1980s decided it would be a very good idea to privatise buses wherever possible, and that was pretty well everywhere except London briefly, and even then they did. So we had a whole range of commercial services, plus we had a number of subsidised services, mostly running on routes that were really awkward routes because they're where the commercial operators didn't want to go. And that situation's gone on until we've had COVID, and all of a sudden, it's hit the fan, as it were, and the bus service revenue's dropped, and the bus industry's in real trouble and having to be propped up by the government. And what is happening, I think, is like turning an oil tanker round to actually move from where we have been to with desperately poor services in rural areas and some very poor networks in urban areas to services that don't join up, services that don't have inter-service ticketing and so forth and so on. Generally it is a poor service, and I don't want to get into the situation where we have a service for the poor, which is a poor service, and that's the danger of things. So it's absolutely right to do something in the meantime before we get to the bus service improvement plan. Finally, and I've only got 45 seconds left, in the course of studying all this sort of stuff as the highway spokesman and looking at some issues in my own town and issues in other members' areas, I've tried to understand what is the County Council's strategy on public transport, and the short answer is that we don't have one in terms of any sort of overall integrated approach to the
20
subject.
seconds, Councillor
And we need to be developing one ASAP, and especially if we're going to get serious money out of the bus service improvement plan. Thank you, Chair.
members. Any other speakers? Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. I think we really need to explain why it is that we're rejecting this particular amendment. And it isn't because, as Councillor Phil Robinson talked about, that we're not fully committed to getting more investment into our buses, and he talked about the £40 million being bid back into government as part of that scheme, and that would be a huge investment in buses in our county if we were to get it. The reason we're rejecting it is because the amount and the sales pitch from Labour just don't stack up. Now, I know the Lib Dems are past masters at coming out with a figure and then claiming this figure will fix all the potholes in the county. That's usually your favourite one. You didn't go there this year. And what a huge difference this meagre £250,000 will make, or whatever it is you've come up with, compared to the 20-30 million pounds that we're already spending. And we sort of accept that from the Liberal Democrats, because actually, from that point of view, some of that money will actually be spent on delivering additional investment in our roads. I use that example because that's usually what happens every year. I think the problem I've got with the Labour amendment here is the huge list of things you think £300,000 is going to fix. It's going to expand public transport. It's going to mitigate climate change. It's going to reduce wear and tear on the road network. And there were about 5 or 6 other things that £300,000 was going to fix. And that's nonsense, because it wouldn't touch the sides. The fact is, I think, as Councillor Robinson talked about earlier, it might just about pay for the subsidy on the replacement on the newest bus route. It would certainly maybe just play the inflation costs on some of the contracts coming through. And that's why we're rejecting it, because I can't accept an amendment, we can't accept an amendment that doesn't have the money to back up the claims that are being put forward by the party opposite. That's why it's being rejected. And I would urge the Labour Party in their budget deliberations for future years to try and match the aspiration to the cash you're actually putting on the table. Because if you bring an amendment like this again, £300,000 to fundamentally save the world and deliver rural transport right across the county, you're just going to get it rejected again, because quite frankly, it's cloud cuckoo land.
Thank you, Leader. Any other speakers before I go back to Councillor John Bloxham, please? No. Oh, yeah, sorry, Alex, Councillor Eggenberth.
Yeah, Councillor Eggenberth, thank you very much. The classic thing to say is I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Hawthorne's interjection there has sparked a thought in my mind that maybe the Conservatives don't realise that things can actually happen in unison. So the £300,000, for example, can encourage maybe a few more people to get onto some buses in rural areas, which will actually help reduce the amount of car journeys that need to be taken, which would actually help with our climate change targets. And yes, it's not going to fix the world. Nobody's claiming it is going to fix the world. But all you're saying is that you don't care about some people in rural areas. All you're doing... No, sorry, I'm going to have my say. All you're saying is that there are people there who may be isolated, who may, because of COVID, have not seen people or been out in a long time. And then potentially the one lifeline they may have is being able to get on a bus and go to a town centre. For once, rather than have something delivered to the house, which is more wear and tear and more on the climate emergency, means they can actually go and see people and see the world. So yes, if that's the Conservatives' point of view of, yes, we are really willing to not put that investment in, even if it's a small amount, to help rural people, to help people who may be in isolation, that's up to them. But I know personally that myself, and hopefully the rest of my group will be supporting this, and hopefully the Green members as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eggenbarth. Any other speakers before we go back to Councillor Bloxham, please?
Okay, Thank you. Well, let's thank Councillor Wyborne particularly for reminding us of the historic background to this, the deregulation of buses and the effective outlawing of municipal bus undertakings across the country. And we're seeing the legacy of that really coming home now. Of course, what we're proposing is a limited amendment. That's in the nature of what we can put forward through the budget amendment process. We aren't recasting the entirety of the budget. However, we think it is of value to make this provision. The BSIP is potentially a significant amount of money, but who knows? Yeah? Boris likes buses. Boris likes bikes. Well, by the time this is due to kick in, where are we going to be? Will the money actually be there? Who knows? We shouldn't be just banking on something in the future. We should be trying to make provision as far as we can within our own plans and resources for what might come within the future. Yes, we can't change everything, but we can do something to try and change some things, and therefore we think it's appropriate within the limits of this process to try and make some additional provision at this point, recognising that we're going to be back here and the administration is going to have to be doing this anyway, so just let's make some provision for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. And now back to Simon for the recorded vote on the Labour amendment.
Thanks, Chair. So another recorded vote. Could you clearly say for, against or abstain? Carol Alloway-Martin.
Against.
Against. Phil Orford.
Against.
Against. Matt Babbage. Against. Paul Baker. For. John Bloxham.
For.
For. David Brown. For. Alistair Chambers.
Against.
Against. Kate Cody.
Abstain.
Abstain. Linda Cohen. For. Stephen Davis.
Against.
Against. David Drew. For. Ben Evans. For. Stephen Fifield.
Against.
Against. Andrew Gravels. Against. David Gray. Against. Terry Hale.
Against.
Against. Rebecca Halifax. For. Tim Harman.
Against.
Against. Mark Hawthorne.
Against.
Against. Colin Hay. For. Alex Hegenbarth.
For.
For. Jeremy Hilton. For. Stephen Hurst. Against. Paul Hodgkinson.
For.
For. Nick Houston.
Against.
Against. Becky Hoyland. Abstain. Mark Mackenzie Charrington. Against. Chris McFarlane. Abstain. Andrew Miller. Against. Graham Morgan.
For.
For. Dominic Morris. Against. Jill Mosley.
For.
For. Emma Nelson. Against. Dave Norman. Against. Alan Priest. Against. Philip Robinson. Against. Steve Robinson. For. Vernon Smith. Against. Lisa Spivey.
For.
For. Lyndon Stowe. Against. Wendy Thomas.
For.
For. Brian Tipper. Against. Chloe Turner.
Abstain.
Abstain. Roger Wyborne.
For.
For. Kathy Williams.
Against.
Against. Susan Williams. Yeah, yes, yeah. Yeah, against. Suzanne Williams.
For.
For. So the result of the vote is 18 for, 25 against, and 4 abstentions.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, members. We now return to the substantive budget and into general debate. Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully we can move quickly on to the vote on this one. But I just really wanted to pick up on the excellent logic of Councillor Alex Hegenbarth which he so ably summed up just before the vote that we had today. His position was very clear. He says, if you don't back this amendment, you don't back rural transport. That's what he said. Don't think he's denying that. Excellent. Well, we clearly deny that because, as Councillor Phil Robinson said, we've got a £40 million bid into the Bus Back Better strategy. We've got 10 million millions that we're already spending on rural transport. But I'm going to throw it back to you because I thought it was an excellent little bit of logic there, and I'm sure something that all of you Liberal Democrats are now going to follow. Because if you don't vote for this budget, you're not voting for an extra £100 million in roads. If you don't vote for this budget, you're not voting for an extra £150 million into schools. If you don't vote for this budget, you're not voting for an extra £14 million into children's services, or £1 million into climate change, or £20 million into delivering cycle routes, or £9 million into vulnerable people, or £300,000 into
Sorry, you asked this as a question to me, so I just wondered, do you want to get to it?
It's not
Sorry,
a
I was
question,
just
this is a
confusion.
speech.
Sorry,
It's a
apologies.
speech.
Yeah,
I know
I
you
thought
don't participate in this council very much, you might not understand the rules of debate, but this is a
Apologies.
speech.
I mean to interrupt.
So
Sorry, carry on.
Absolutely clear. Let me be absolutely clear. Following the excellent logic of Councillor Hegenbach, if you don't vote for this budget, you don't support any of that investment at all. I say we move to the vote.
Chair, on a point of order, my reading of procedures is that if a member has participated in debate, they cannot move that the question now be put. You said move to vote.
I've suggested we move to the vote. I didn't move the particular standing order in relation to that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now, members, any other speakers on this before I go back to Councillor Lyndon Stowe?
Looks like no.
No. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, while we're here, can I actually maybe set a chairman's challenge for the next meeting, which will obviously, I think, be in this building? Can we all try and travel by public transport to this venue and return?
Chair, I'd sooner just walk to Shire Hall rather than take public transport. Is that okay?
Even better. Even better if you walk the other way. So, Councillor Lyndon Stowe.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I have a lot of sympathy with members of the opposition groups. You're in an incredibly difficult political predicament. And we understand your frustration. But how can you not support a budget from a Conservative administration backed by a Conservative government that delivers an increase in budget of just under 8%, of just under 38 million? You'd love to be in our position delivering that budget, and you would be able to convince us to vote for it. So come along with us, come on the journey. It's a great journey of building back better for Gloucestershire.
Thank you, Councillor Stowe. So we now move to the vote. I'm proposing again a recorded vote.
And I will second that.
Thank you. So we are carrying out the recorded vote. Simon, over to yourself.
Yeah, as background, Stephen's just put the detail on the screen. Okay. So, same process as before. I'll read out each of your names alphabetically. Could you say for, against, or abstain? Carol Alloway Martin.
For.
4. Phil Orford. 4. 4. Matt Babbage. 4. Paul Baker. Abstain. John Bloxham.
Abstain.
Abstain. David Brown. Abstain. Alistair Chambers.
4.
4. Kate Cody.
4.
Sorry, Kate.
4.
4. Oh, sorry, we're getting some feedback. Linda Cohen.
Abstain.
Abstain. Stephen Davis.
4.
4. David Drew. Against. Ben Evans. Abstain. Stephen Fifield.
4.
4. Andrew Gravels. 4. David Gray. 4. Terry Hale.
4.
4. Rebecca Halifax. Abstain. Tim Harman.
4.
4. Mark Hawthorne. 4. Colin Hay. Abstain. Alex Hagenbath.
Abstain.
Abstain. Jeremy Hilton.
I'll abstain as well.
Abstain. Stephen Hurst. Paul Hodgkinson.
Happily abstain.
Abstain. Nick Housden.
4.
4. Becky Hoyland. 4. Mark Mackenzie Charrington. 4. Chris McFarlane. 4. Andrew Miller. 4. Graham Morgan.
Against.
Against. Dominic Morris. 4. Jill Mosley.
Abstain.
Abstain. Emma Nelson. 4. Dave Norman. 4. Alan Priest. 4. Philip Robinson.
4.
4. Steve Robinson. Abstain. Vernon Smith. 4. Lisa Spivey.
Abstain.
Abstain. Lyndon Stowe. 4. Wendy Thomas.
Abstain.
Abstain. Brian Tipper. 4. Pam's not here. Chloe Turner.
4.
4. Robert Vines, not here. Roger Wyborn.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kathy Williams.
4.
4. Susan Williams. 4. Suzanne Williams.
Abstain.
Abstain. So the result of the vote on the budget is 29 for. We have 2 against and 16 abstentions.
Simon, thank you very much. Members, thank you very much as well for the debate. Moving on to agenda item 10, members' questions. 39 members' questions have been received, and I'd like to thank members for their questions. The questions and answers will be taken as read. Supplementary questions must relate to the original question and answer. Up to 30 minutes allowed for this item. Obviously, Councillor Willingham and Councillor Fisher aren't here, so that should significantly reduce the time. So please, I just hope other members don't take advantage of that and make their supplementaries as quick and to the point as possible. Number 1, Councillor Jeremy Hilton.
Thank you, Chair. And members are probably aware that Gloucester City Council suffered a cyber attack which locked down all its systems on the 20th of December. Much of it is not back, though it is clear that it didn't affect Teams or Microsoft systems, Outlook and everything else. Currently, county councillors emailing the City Council about casework cannot receive a reply because our ICT system is blocking it. That includes emails from the leader of the council to anybody at Gloucester City Council. He can't get a reply. If he wants to contact his local councillor using his formal things, I can reply to him, but I then can't follow it up. Similarly, city councillors who are not members of the county council cannot write to officers and ask for help on issues that might have been raised by their constituents, unless they use a private email account. But it might be that the matter is confidential. GCC is the only public body blocking gloucestercity.gov email addresses. We are told that it's going to be reconnected at the beginning of March. Is that absolute? Can Lyndon Stowe give me that guarantee that from the 1st of March I will be able to send emails to Gloucester City Council and receive replies back from them through my county council email account?
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, yes, that's the update which you've been given, but I cannot and never can categorically guarantee anything. It is, of course, subject to us working together with the city to make sure we, go through the issues that are prevalent within the city computer systems, and ensuring at the same time that we don't compromise our own systems. You know, that is absolutely key. And under no circumstances we should compromise our own systems, our own securities, to some extent resolve issues at another authority. But we are doing everything we can because we want to help you, we want to help the city, and we want to ensure that communications are as good as they can be between two authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoll. Question 2.
No supplementary to question 2. My question is number 3, and thank you, Lyndon Stowe, for providing the answer. We have 9 members of staff that are earning more than £100,000 a year. 5 of them live within the county of Gloucestershire, and 6 of them live within a 50-mile radius. Elected members of this council live in the county, or on the electoral register in the county, or own or rent property in the county in order to stand. Should that same criteria be required of officers earning more than £100,000 a year from the public purse?
No, I'm afraid I couldn't agree such policy. The main thing, as far as I'm concerned, is that we have the best people we're able to get to do the best possible job in the interest of serving the public of Gloucestershire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoll. Councillor Hilton? Thank you very much. Councillor Colin A, number 7.
I have to say I'm quite disappointed in the response, so I need to ask some more questions. And that is, I mean, we've seen that precious little was done about the changes to the Highway Code and alerting people, as the surveys by the Institute of Advanced Motorists found that, I mean, it was a pathetically low level of drivers knew about those changes. And we're only thinking about promoting this and talking to drivers, educating drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, bus drivers, and Uncle Tom Cobley, after it's been introduced. And I do see now pedestrians actually using their new rights to cross a road where there's a left turn, so traffic coming off a main road into a side road, and car drivers aren't aware of that. So there are accidents waiting to happen. So will you please give me an assurance that you will work with other road safety users to get this off the ground as soon as possible? And actually saying that I can follow it on Twitter is no good. At one time, this would have been on the TV, on radio, well before the change, so that people were aware of it before it happened. We're late on that, so please give me assurances that we'll put a great deal of effort into this before people are hurt, because they're using the new Highway Code when drivers may not be aware of those changes and are used to the old Highway Code. It was quite a significant change. You don't mention in here working with the police, just in terms of the road safety partnership. So can we now start doing things? We've got these illuminated road signs. We could be talking about that, could be putting those up on the road, saying, you know, make yourself aware of the new Highway Code things. And it isn't that I'm against them, because I think there is the innovation in the Highway Code, giving that kind of series of vulnerabilities is really important and will make things better. But it will make things worse in the short term unless people know and understand about those changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Councillor Norman?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question and the points that you've raised. Obviously, we have a role and a responsibility in respect of road safety, which we are really positive about moving forward. Looking at the issue in respect of the changes to the Highway Code, I found out loads of information about the changes to the Highway Code because I actually bothered to research it and look. Because every person who goes onto the Queen's Highway, whether they're walking, riding a horse, cycling on a bike, driving any form of motor vehicle has a responsibility to understand the highway code. The amendments to the highway code have been quite well broadcast. I would suggest, Councillor, that maybe you need to do some research, because if you're not confident that you're following the highway code, maybe you shouldn't be driving your vehicle. Of course, I will use every office that I have at my ability to get across to people who we work with to ensure as much publicity as possible is given to it. Thank you.
Chairman, actually, I object to that, because that was a slur on me there. And, you know, you're extolling that we treat each other with respect. I didn't, and I used the figure from the Institute of Advanced Motorists, I think was 30% of motorists hadn't heard. By the way, Dave, I had, and I'd read it, and I understand it. So I'm not talking about whether I understand it or not. I'm talking about drivers in general. And I think that was a slur, and he should apologise.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Councillor Norman, if you just note that, maybe meet together afterwards and shake hands and have a little chat. Thank you.
I note the comment that Councillor Hay has made.
Councillor Hodkinson, question 8, please.
Yeah, question 8. Thank you. This is to the Leader of the Council. I mean, I've seen your answer, but Mark, you haven't actually given me the answer. So what I really need to ask you is, in those circumstances where COVID pandemic measures are retained, and given the fact that your government, in its infinite wisdom, has decided to ditch all restrictions, where measures are being retained by this council then, do you agree that it would be wrong to retain them without consulting the public first?
Councillor Hawthorne.
Yeah, I wasn't born yesterday, Councillor Hodgkinson, if I'm being brutally honest. You've asked an open-ended, opaque question, expecting me to give you a specific answer, and then, hey presto, you'll jump out and say, well, you clearly agree that you should be keeping that power then. You know, if you've got specific issues that you want to ask a question on about specific powers, responsibilities that were introduced in COVID and whether they should continue, you know, spit it out, ask the question. But, you know, I've given you a fairly generic answer to what was a fairly generic question. And one assumes somewhere hiding in the background, you've got a far more specific issue you actually want to discuss. If you want to discuss it, come out with it.
Thank you, Leader. Number 9, Councillor Hodkinson.
We seem to round up our Conservative friends today. I wonder why. Yeah, so I'll now direct this to your colleague who's responsible for the climate emergency. So in your answer, Councillor Gray,
it's your fault,
in your, well, he did actually prevaricate over whether he thought we could actually hit our targets by 2030, didn't he? But anyway, so question 9. What you've said in your answer here is that you've only consulted with visitors to the household recycling centres, which means that's a self-selecting group, isn't it? Now, I've had parish councils and residents lobbying me, asking to ditch the booking system. Now, some aren't asking for that, but some are. It's quite mixed. So what I'm asking you to do, please, in that, given that backdrop of, you know, quite a controversial issue now, will you commit to a wider consultation where people do have the opportunity to give you the feedback properly as to whether the booking system should be retained or not?
Thank you, Councillor Hodkinson. Councillor Gray.
Thank you. It is self-selecting in that people that are using the service are the ones that we've asked in the past. There is the intention that we will have a broader public consultation, and that will come forward in the next few months. I personally think that the introduction of a booking system has been a tremendous success, and that's reflected in the numbers from the people who are using it, who are saying 7 to 1, that they think it's a good idea. It's environmentally sound. We don't have cars queuing up. There's less stress for the people using it, less stress for the staff who are delivering the service, and with the great amendment that we've adopted around introducing upcycling of things, I think it's important that we have that little bit of structure there. So I hope when we do that public consultation that the overwhelming majority of people continue to see it as a positive. I think it's been a success of one of the advantages of COVID, if we can put it that way, is that we have seen different ways of working, and this is an example where it's a positive.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor 10, Councillor Lisa Spivey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would just like to seek some reassurance from Councillor Stowe that when the Pensions Committee is undertaking its comprehensive review this year, that when we look at what is considered to be best practice, that is not just about what is the financial return. I think that, you know, earlier on in your response, you say it's about a sustainable return. I think that it's been well proven that there can be returns without the need to invest in these kind of companies. And I'd just like to seek some reassurance that the continued investment in these kind of things will be stopped.
Thank you, Councillor Spivey. Councillor Lindenstow.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we all have some sympathy with your question and the points made in it. What I can't do is necessarily comment upon the individual shares that we own indirectly as to what their activities are within the industries you mentioned. What I would say, though, is that as part of our partnership with Brunel, I mean, it is clear to me, and I hope members of the Pension Committee here, that Brunel themselves are acknowledged as being a leading proponent of ESG issues. I don't think there's any doubts about that. So one thing I would say is that sometimes it might be better to actually hold some shares in some businesses where you have an ability to influence through ESG policies, as opposed to not be a holder of those shares, in which case they just go into the wild market out there and there is no real challenge. So I think that, you know, I wouldn't necessarily, you know, wish to say, look, we're not going to take any shares at all whatsoever in industrial, you know, food companies because of that reason. One thing I will say, though, is I have a lot of confidence in Brunel, and I would invite, you know, any member to read the Brunel updates, which we have access to, about the work they do on challenging in environment, social and governance issues. They're very good at it. They win those awards. And we have to always remember, you know, we are not stock pickers. Our committee does not pick individual shares to invest in. We invest in a basket of funds that are available to us through Brunel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stowe. Question 11, Councillor Paul Hodkinson. No supplementary. Councillor Roger Wyburn, number 12.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank the Cabinet Member for his answer. But I kind of wonder whether the Cabinet Member really gets the import of the question as opposed to just the factual nuts and bolts. Does the Cabinet Member understand the really extreme sense of disempowerment that communities and parish councils and districts and so on all feel over speeding and trying to get something done about it? A real sense of disempowerment. And do you have any plans to do anything about that sense of loss of empowerment?
We are committed. The budget shows we are committed to put some money into Speed Watch. Also, I can confirm now that working with the Police and Crime Commissioner, he himself has put money into our overall pot. So we have got larger amounts of money that we can put out there into the communities. Consultation is the way forward. And I want to see that happen. I want to see parish councils, town councils, whoever believe they want to get involved in these schemes, come forward with their proposals. They will be considered and we'll get them up and running, if appropriate, as soon as we can.
Thank you both. Councillor Wyburn again. On question 13 to Councillor David Gray.
Yeah, thank you again, Chair. A brief one here, but I think there will be a number of questions that will come through by email, but the question for now, and reflected in the original question, is where and when do you propose to plant these 500 trees?
Thank you for the question. The intention is that the trees and the planting happen on the site. The intention is that we bring the whole site through to completion by early 2024, so that will include the planting. So everything will be done by early 24. This is a fantastic scheme, and it demonstrates how we seek to increase both the amount of trees, vegetation, but also biodiversity wherever we're doing these large projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor Mosley, question 14, back to the buses.
Thank you. This question, unlike the next one of mine, is about notice of the changes. And I'm delighted to hear that the Cabinet member recognises the need for better service information to be given to the public and members at an early stage when any changes are planned. Will he confirm that he learnt of the 132/32 service cuts via Facebook? Given the brief window that he refers to of more than 2 months in this instance, does he feel that regardless of whether the service is subsidised, a more comprehensive protocol should be put in place to make sure that the general public and members are both informed in good time? And will he not agree that the sudden recent appearance of posters announcing the changes on at least the 132 routes beyond Newent, following my email to Stagecoach to complain of the lack of publicity of the changes, sounds like too much of a coincidence? Further, I was pleased to learn this morning of the meaning of personal travel planning. Does the Cabinet member realise that what was recommended in his recent press release, i.e. 2 community bus routes, only operate twice a week and only along a tiny stretch of the routes that will disappear, and that Newent's Dial-A-Ride only operates between 10 and 2 during weekdays? Not much use for people who travel to work or education. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mosley. Councillor Phil Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Mosley. It is true that I learnt about the reduction on those routes via Facebook. I did learn about them very quickly afterwards through GCC officers, but I have some very good contacts on Facebook, and probably that's how I got the information. The same as you did, Councillor Mosley. We both learnt about it that way. In answer to your second question, I do understand that the Integrated Transport Unit is looking to set up a stakeholder alert system for both commercial and subsidised travel, and I think we would both agree that that would be very welcome. Regarding you learning about personal travel planning from what I said this morning, that's not to be confused with the 676 and 679 route. We have seriously looked at finding a package which respects the passengers, which respects those residents, but also takes into account fairness to those who foot the bills. And that's why we have put a package together with Newent Dial-A-Ride, and I agree it only runs between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. We're going to give them an extra 10% on their funding to help them do that. Those 2 bus services that you mentioned, the 676 and the 679, yes, one of them, the former, runs on Mondays and Thursdays, and the second one runs on Tuesdays and Fridays, but that is another arrow in our quiver, which will help to resolve this situation. Not perfectly, because it doesn't cover the fullness of that timetable service, but the real strength of this package is the personal travel planning, because there are very few passengers who are affected by this, and I will share the numbers with you. But if we can get to those people who are affected by it and give them personalised advice to help them overcome their transport difficulties, and we take that very, very seriously indeed, if we can do that, and we will do that, then we start to have a very realistic solution which is cost effective. And then there's the lift share as well. So it is a whole package. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. On to question 30, Councillor Roger Wyburn to Councillor Dave Norman.
I've got no supplementaries on this or most of the next 4 questions apart from 31, Chair. So if I could ask the supplementary on question 31. I thank you, Councillor Norman, for your answer, but I would ask you, in the light of your answer, where we seem to have great unanimity over the desirability of the Vision Zero safe system approach, to please comment on and compare and contrast the situation which is all too frequently reported by members of the public, where they want to get some sort of a safety provision done, whether it's a junction alteration or markings or signage or whatever, and they are continually told that this is not a safety hazard because we haven't had any significant number of deaths and serious accidents, completely ignoring all the near misses and minor accidents that could have occurred at the same location. So I would ask you to comment on that, Councillor Norman. Thank you.
Clearly, when you look at the world of health and safety, everybody would say the greatest statistic in health and safety feedback is always near misses, because there are far more near misses. Thankfully, they're near misses. Nothing has happened in respect of actual accidents or incidents that have resolved in somebody being injured or killed. We're working up a draft policy. The draft policy will cover lots of what you've said there, and I'm very happy to meet with you outside of council to discuss the progress that is being made through the Road Safety Forum and what we're looking to do. But without doubt, that policy, the draft policy, does contain a target within it currently, and I'm just checking my notes, to halve the number of killed and seriously injured on our roads by 2030.
Thank you, Councillor Norman. No further questions, Councillor Roy? No, thank you. On to final question for this afternoon then. Councillor 36 again. Councillor Joe Mosley on buses.
Thank you, Chair. This one is about the subsequent possible provision. Given the commitment to sustainable transport and the statement in the BSIP, which aims for transformative change to the services, infrastructure and vehicles for Gloucestershire, will the Cabinet Member not agree that these cuts represent a truly shocking start to the plan? And will he explain why, in calculating the replacement cost of a service for the disappearing 13232 routes, an effort has not apparently been made to design a service to run not at a like-for-like replacement, but at half the frequency, possibly, at the times most in demand, and probably at less than half the cost of the quoted 150,000. This would be likely to bring the scheme under the per capita policy cap that he mentions in his written answers over and over again, in fact, in the public section of the question time this morning, and would provide the community with a temporary lifeline, while much-needed campaigns and incentives are quickly put in place to get people back on public transport, and particularly in this post-COVID emergency period, and not least with regard to the climate emergency. And lastly, making the service more economically viable in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you again, Councillor Mosley. Councillor Philip Robinson, please.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you again, Councillor Mosley. Your first question, suggesting that this isn't a very good start to the BSIP. Well, the BSIP hasn't started yet. We've only written it. It's a proposal which is put to the government. The government have made it really, really clear that they are going to take bus services very seriously. That's why they've come up with this plan. So it's not fair to suggest that what's happened over the Newent bus route is failure of the bus service improvement plan. The bus service improvement plan, to quote Councillor Bloxham earlier on, is indeed the cavalry coming over the hill, and we will see solutions to these problems. Regarding, did we consider, and I think I've understood the question properly here, did we consider a lesser service, not necessarily like for like, but a lesser service operating at key times, because possibly that would cost 50% less? It doesn't really work like that, actually. When you provide, in fact, even if you provided a skeleton service, it's not a linear reduction. Those vehicles still have to be there. Those drivers are occupied. So providing a lesser service is not that much cheaper than providing the full service. And as I've already pointed out, Stagecoach were losing £200,000 a year. If we were to support this service, it would be costing £20 per passenger per journey in subsidy, and that's more than 100% of our current cap. I've forgotten your third question. Could you remind me of it, Councillor Mosley, please?
Yes, it was about the possible campaign to get more people on the buses and therefore improve the likelihood of a service being viable.
That again is a whole area of the bus service improvement plan. It's absolutely essential that we do get more people onto public transport if we're to meet our climate change targets. And the way that one brings that about is by making public transport a good experience when people first use it. I've started to use public transport recently, and I really, well, I've been using it for ages, but I've started to use it in Gloucestershire recently, and I found out on the very first day it's important that you have a good experience. If you have a good experience on the first time you use it, then it really does make a difference. People are more likely to do it again, and that's how we will get more people onto the buses, and that's what the bus service improvement plan will bring about, more good experiences on public transport, and then it will just start to accelerate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson, and that remained 2 seconds left, so that was quite apt that we got to that stage. Thank you. On to item 11, the scrutiny report on pages 371, 372. Can I invite Councillor Philip Orford, Chairman of the Corporate Overview and Scrutiny Committee, to present a report which provides a summary of recent Scrutiny Committee activities. Councillor Orford.
You've been some of my script.
Oh.
That's what you get for getting old. Yeah, the report shows all the scrutiny activities that's been undertaken by non-executive members over the past couple of months. I would draw your attention to budget scrutiny, which was the 6th of January and has directly fed into the meeting today. And I would have to say my thanks to the members engaged with that process, the officers who engaged with the process, but particularly DSU, who made what was going to be a long day on a virtual platform tolerable and understandable. So thanks to DSU. The Police and Crime Panel have also considered the Commissioner's budget earlier this month. Important to make note of the work of the Restoring Our Rivers Task Group, which continues to meet and formulate its conclusions and recommendations. We've still got a fair bit of work to do there, but my thanks to the gentleman to my left who brought the original motion and all of those that have been working with us on that task group. It's very wide-ranging, but we will get to a report eventually, I think. Finally, this report obviously outlines the items that were considered by scrutiny throughout January and looks and the links that we supplied will take you to the individual reports and minutes from all of those scrutiny meetings, so members can pick out points of interest if they want to read further. Thank you, Chair, and apologies for slipping.
Councillor Orford, thank you very much. Members, any questions on the scrutiny report, please? Everyone happy? That's just for noting. Thank you, Councillor Orford. On to item 12, the Constitution Committee report on pages 373 to 408. And can I invite Mr. Richard Blamey, who's been sat there very patiently for a number of hours, who is the chair of the Independent Remuneration Panel, to present the panel's recommendations regarding members' allowances. At the end of Mr. Blamey's speech, we will take a vote on members' allowances, then go on to the other recommendations from the Constitution Committee. Thank you, Mr. Blamey.
Am I live? Oh gosh. Perhaps I was better dead. There's a dreadful echo there, isn't it? Anyway, thank you, Chairman. I last spoke at Council some time ago, some long time ago. You hear me now? Okay. There's a bit of a boom back, that's what I was trying to avoid. I last spoke at Council quite some time ago, and since then there's obviously been elections. Now I see many familiar faces, but I also know you have lost many respected councillors. Today I see a number of new faces, so I'm pleased about that too. So let me introduce who I am. I'm Richard Blamey. I chair the Independent Remuneration Panel, a role that I've held for 8 years. The key word here is independent. We have no axe to grind. And the panel, Fiona, Philip and Quentin, are all very experienced. I speak regularly with the other chairs across the Southwest, and I can confirm that we are very thorough in our approach. Over the years, we've interviewed every councillor, several more than once, and last October, we planned to interview the new councillors. Sadly, I have to say this was not successful. We saw just 10 members. The benefit of meeting is to understand your motivation, your role in your communities, and your experiences. And it's also an opportunity to meet us. I want to emphasize that Zoom is no substitute for face-to-face meetings. Now, an important part of our role is to analyze the substantial amounts of data that we receive. And our conclusions here is that your basic allowance should increase by £250. The data that we've studied on SRAs is far less conclusive, and so we're not proposing any further changes to your allowances in that area. The total cost of the recommendation that we've made is £13,000. Other initiatives we proposed involve travel allowances, and we would really like to incentivize travel by cycle. Now, I'm aware that this is an area that the executive are also looking at with a view of harmonising perhaps councillors' and staff mileage rates. At the moment, the official mileage rate HMLRC has is 10 pence per mile. So I think there might be difficulties if we try and increase that. There would obviously be tax penalties. So you see in the pack what we're formally recommending. That is the allowances should increase by 250. That's basic allowances, and we have full details in your paperwork. Finally, I would like to thank Simon for all his help And I know it's been a very challenging time in democratic services over the last year or so. But anyway, a formal thanks. I commend my report.
Thanks, Mr. Blamey, and thanks to other members of your panel for a comprehensive report on this.
Thank you.
Councillor Hawthorne.
Thank you. Richard, can I thank you very much for coming today and presenting to Council the outcome of your deliberations and clearly the report that you've put forward with the recommendations this afternoon. But particularly can I thank you for all the work that you continue to do and that your colleagues continue to do on behalf of this council and its members. I know certainly from feedback elsewhere from the country that you do an exceptionally diligent job, and we're very lucky to have such a dedicated panel as in yourselves. So thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for the recommendations that you put forward. Thank you for some of the understanding you showed on a number of areas you wanted us to explore, certainly on the cycling allowance stuff, which I think were very understandable on making sure that we had that alignment with staff. So I'm more than happy to support the recommendations that come forward.
Thank you, Leader. Anyone else wish to speak? If that's the case, and I'm looking for a proposer on the members' allowances and the work of the independent remuneration panel. Got a proposal there from the leader, Councillor Mark Hawthorne, and seconder, please. Councillor Lyndon Stowe. So I'm looking for a show of hands. Everyone in favour of the report of the independent remuneration panel?
Looking unanimous now.
Anyone not voting? Dom is not voting. Anyone else? You're abstaining, Dom? Okay. Everyone except Dom, I think. And so, abstention.
So unanimous except for the one abstention of Councillor Morris. Yes. Is that correct? Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Blamey.
Well, thank you on behalf of the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, can I invite the leader, Councillor Mark Hawthorne, who's the chair of the Constitution Committee, to present the recommendations from the meeting held on the 16th of January this year relating to council questions, the Pensions Committee and contract procedure rules. Leader.
Okay, now unless there's any objections, I suggest we take these all on block. I think we've certainly on the questions issue debated this for a fair amount of time, and I think we spent an inordinate amount of time making sure every single word is one that we're all collectively happy with. And I'm looking at all those members who sit on this committee with me, and there seems to be lots of nodding, so I'm pleased on that one. So I think we've nailed this one finally. I think the Pension Committee recommendations are fairly straightforward. There were some questions, I think, at the meeting just to seek some clarification on what that, but I think that's been debated fairly comfortably. And obviously, there's the contract procedure rules recommendations as well at the bottom of page 375. So, again, happy to take questions. If there are no questions, I recommend we just take all of the recommendations en bloc.
Thank you, Leader. Any questions to the leader? Councillor Bloxham.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to draw attention to the amendment in 9.32. It says that there will be a procedure for late submission of questions where the publication of reports is unavoidably delayed, and that's fine, and we've talked about that. What I'd like to be assured is that that information is set very clear on the agenda that's issued, because it often seems to be the case that reports which are unavoidably delayed and are published late are very often those which are of significant public interest. And it's important that you don't need forensic skills to click through to find out that it is in fact possible to make a request for late submission of questions. So I would just make a plea that can we set out the format of the agenda so where that occurs it's very clear there is provision for late submission of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham. Leader, do you wish to come back on that one?
I don't know whether the monitoring officer wants to come in just to clarify the procedure.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm very happy to make it as clear as we can. The only obstacle I can see to that is obviously at the point at which we're publishing the agenda, we may not always know when the report itself will be available. So I wouldn't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by setting a deadline that ends up being then tighter than we'd anticipated. But I'm happy to take on board the principle, and we'll make sure that where that is the case, it's very, very clear to questioners what the deadline is.
Thank you, Rob. Any more questions to the leader on the Constitution report? So can I have a proposer that we accept? Again, the leader's proposing, a seconder? Councillor Stoll. All those in favour?
I think he is voting. That's all right.
Unanimous? Thank you very much, members. Thank you, Leader. Getting a bit windy out there. On to item 13, the appointment of the external auditor, pages 409 and 424. And can I invite Councillor Colin Hay, Chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, to present the report. Councillor Hay.
I think you've all read it, but possibly not. So shall I go through it page by page? Okay, in short, it's about, do we go into the collective to have our external auditors through the PSAA? If we don't do that, we've got to go through a procurement process, which will be quite lengthy. From what I understand, the amount of SIPFA qualified auditors is low at the moment. So if we tried to do it on our own, we would be a single authority just trying to get something from the range of auditors, of which there is a relatively small pool. In simple terms, it doesn't make sense, but we need a vote from Council to say that we will go in with the PSAA. I highly recommend it. No one I've spoken to has any other opinion on that. So we should really go to the vote. And if it needs proposing by me, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Colin.
Or take questions, obviously.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to afford everybody the opportunity for any questions before I'll take up your offer of proposal.
No, people are shaking their heads like crazy.
So, Councillor Hay has proposed. Can I have a seconder, please?
Somebody, please. Someone get an itchy arm.
Councillor Chloe Turner. Everyone in favour, please, of the appointment of the external auditor? Thank you very much, members, and thank you, Colin, for your work on that one. On to agenda item 14, the Gloucestershire LGPS 2020-21 annual report, pages 425 to 616. And can I invite Councillor Lyndon Stowe, Chair of the Pension Committee, to present the 2020-21 annual report for the Gloucestershire Local Government Pension Scheme. Thank you, Lyndon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can I first of all just thank past and present members of the Pensions Committee, in particular Ray Theodolu, who was actually chair during the period in question and did a remarkable job in bringing this pension fund into the Brunel Partnership. The fund currently has a membership of 56,800 members, and membership has been increasing year on year over the past 5 years. And that is across 204 participating employers across the county. At the end of the period in question, the fund's assets stood at just over 2.9 billion, and that is 658 million higher than the previous year end. But having said that, the previous year end was just at the beginning of the pandemic, so that is to be expected. By the end of December 2021, so that's a couple of months ago, the value of the fund's assets stood at 3.22 billion. So it's a significant rise. Now, the year in question, the overall return on our investments was 26.6%. again, that's probably distorted because of the previous low point to compare against. The fund is positioned in the top quartile of local government pension scheme funds, so that's good news. And over a more realistic comparator of 10 years has achieved 8.5% annualised return. So that's very good. And at the end of the last actuarial valuation, our pension fund is fully funded. And that position has improved further to being fully funded. So when we look back 10 years ago, we were at about 60-70% funded. We are now overfunded. It's really good news. The pension fund is in a good place in Gloucestershire at the moment. Essentially, I commend the report to you. I'm not sure, we're happy to answer any questions if there are any, but if given the time at the moment this afternoon, if you want to come back to us, send some questions by email, I'll happily answer them then later for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoll. Questions, Colin? Councillor Hay?
Chair, it's partly question, partly comment, really. And we had a question earlier about investments in industrial meat production and farming. And I think I would, to a large extent, agree with Councillor Stowe that the Brunel Pension Fund is really very, very active on ESG, although I have to admit, the issue of industrial agriculture and farming practices and meat production hasn't so far reared its head with us. But I'm sure that Brunel will look at that. And clearly, you know, although Lyndon earlier said, you know, we've always got to look at the fiduciary duty and, you know, we can't always disinvest from funds because they're aggregated. I think one of the things I'm really proud of is the fact that passive funds are usually very difficult to do that. But actually 10% of our fund has gone to a passive fund which is Paris compliant, Paris Agreement compliant, which I think is really good news across the board. There will be times that we do hold investments, but wherever possible, those are being reduced, got rid of, we've found alternatives. So that's all really good. And I would recommend to people that they look at Brunel Pension Partnership for some of the updates and the blogs that they produce in terms of what they're doing in terms of really pushing home ESG. So I do think it's good news. It's been hard work getting there, I would say. But there we go. But I just also want to draw your attention to page 435, which is the Independent Investment Advisors Report. And I just want to mention how often Boris and the rest of the Cabinet and Government say that we're the fastest growing economy. Just have a look on that page and see how low we got in terms of GDP, and actually look at the graphs. Pictorially there, it does show that probably isn't the case.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Any other questions on the pension scheme? No. Thank you, members. I think that brings them. Sorry, Ben? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I think that brings today's meeting to a conclusion. I'd like to thank everybody. I hope everybody's been happy with the venue today. If not, then direct anything back to the DSU. And I would like to thank the DSU because I know Simon and his team and other officers have put a tremendous lot of effort today into getting this venue up and running. And I think you'll all agree with me, tremendous success. So another round of applause, please. Thank you very much.